please? Or actually, invocation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a proud day for me, Council. I was able to get my pastor of my church, New Salem Missionary Baptist Church, to come down and give the invocation today. So this is a very proud day for me. The Reverend Caleb Barnum is a licensed and ordained minister of the gospel, desiring to unite the church with the community. He has over 20 years of church ministry experience. And again, he is with the church that I attend, New Salem Missionary Baptist Church. Pastor, would you please lead us in the invocation? Would all rise and remain standing?
Thank you. Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we come right now to say thank you. We thank you for this hour, this opportunity to come and discuss the affairs of this great city, Lord. We ask that you would bind us together with cords of love, that we'd be able to do things decent in order, pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here. Goose. Here. Maniscalco.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda. Paulson. Here. Vieira.
Here. And before we begin, Councilman Miranda will not be here today due to a conflict, just FYI. And also before we begin, Councilman Citro, you wanted to introduce your intern, sir.
Yes. Council, we have legislative aides. Come on up here. We have legislative aides that help out. But we also get students from USF, Go Bulls, to join us. And today I would like to introduce Miss Katerina Katie Koptenko, who is a graduate with a degree in political science from the University of Florida, Go Bulls. She was born in Moscow, Russia, and grew up in Miami. Katie, thank you for being a part of Tampa City Council.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we also have a new added addition to the team. We have Mrs. Nora Abdullah. She's a student at the University of South Florida. And we welcome you to our District 5 office.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And John has one.
No, I'm going to do it next time.
Next time we'll get you, sir. Okay, let's go to approval of the agenda. I want to do some housekeeping. Items, I believe, let's see, 67, 70, and 74. I apologize. There you go. Are being continued. Let's see here. Let's go to 67. I believe Councilman Gucci, we're going to have that continued, sir?
67.
That's the youth thing.
Yes, sir, that's being continued.
Do you have a date or just?
I think they called me and told me next month, but I didn't bring that note. So
Make it the time, sir.
we'll make it February.
You want, so we can do that for a bit, maybe take it up, but just know that that's going to be continued.
Yeah,
it's
going to be
If
continued.
you have a date, we can do that.
How about this? We'll just come back to the continuing those when we get there, so that give your staff some time.
That's fine, just because for the people, for the public and for the staff to know that, Mr. Chair, that there will not be any staff reporting at staff reports for those items.
Yes, sir. So items 67, 70, and 74 will be continued at the appropriate time. Now, I wanted to inquire on items 63, 64, and 65. Does any council member want a live appearance from staff on those?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
those
sir.
are the ones that are on first council's policy because of the money threshold.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if anybody has a specific request that requires staff will appear. Otherwise, there's no
Yep.
necessity to have staff come unless there's council's desire.
Anybody? Okay, we'll proceed then just with voting, and then I have live appearances, just for the record, on 66, 69, 71, 72, and 76. So just FYI. Okay, let's begin then with ceremonial activities and
If I
presentations.
can, Mr. Chairman, just a couple more housekeeping items.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, of
Just so-
course.
Just so the public is aware, that you have requested, and it's been council policy until the agenda is officially changed, that staff reports and unfinished business will be addressed by city council at a time certain of 10:30 this morning.
Yes.
So any 10:30 hearings that are scheduled for that time will be taken after staff reports. Is that council's pleasure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Chairman, with these changes being made and staff being apprised of them, if there could be a motion to approve the agenda and the addendum.
May I have a motion? Yes, sir. We will at the appropriate time so that Councilman Goods and others can get replacement times. So yeah, we'll do that at the appropriate time. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Niscaco. Who seconded that?
Second.
Councilman Goods, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we move to ceremonial activities and presentations for applicants.
Good morning, Council. Shirley Fox Knows, City Clerk. I'm here regarding items 1 through 5, appointments to boards. Our first item would be the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. We have 3 positions and 1 applicant. And the applicant is Jennifer Hall for the position of resident. It looks like she's not here. What's your pleasure?
Council wish to take this up? Okay, we have a motion. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Just if it's council's desire to do that, if you can make the motion to move a resolution doing so, because I have a resolution prepared in the eventuality or the case.
Move the resolution that was therefore approved.
Okay, who's second? We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Next, we have number 2, that's the Citizen Review Board, which we will continue to February 20th, 2020.
Thank you, ma'am. May I have a motion to that regard?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council. We have 2 vacancies and 1 applicant. The applicant is Mr. Ralph Smith, and I believe he's here.
Good morning, Council. How are you doing? Good morning, I'm sure most of you guys know me. I'm Ralph Smith. I'm the founder of Computer Mentors Group. Have been a city resident since 1993. Have served in different capacities, including on this particular board that asked me to be approved for today. I've served a 2-year stint on this board and looking to come back and try to help the community.
Move the resolution to approve the agenda.
And yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Ralph, thank you so much for extending yourself in this regard and in all the work you've done in our community over the years. I was curious about, I'm not that familiar with this council. I don't know if any other members are. I think this body has been talking about for almost the last year about WMBE and how we need to beef it up and do a better job. And I assume that's what this council does. But do you know much about it?
Yes, there are 2 different sets of applicants for this board, this commission. They are appointed by the city council, and I think each of you get to appoint 1 person to this board. Mm-hmm. There's also the majority of folks, though, are also appointed by the mayor, and that's actually what I'm applying for this time, to be appointed by the mayor to be on the board. But the board basically oversees the I forget the actual ordinance, but there's an ordinance that says that we're going to try to beef up participation in the city from all races and ethnicities. Currently, I'm really on to try to represent African Americans, and currently African Americans basically are 24% of our community, but only receive 2% of the contracts that have come out of the city. And that includes, professional services, which currently African Americans receive $0, and construction and other things. So I'm really here to try to assist the city in equalizing the opportunities for African Americans.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's super important. I know everybody up here does. I hope that not only will you serve on that board, but come back and report back to us periodically and tell us how things are going, what we can do to improve things, and how we can be more proactive in the community, and especially in the African American community, to encourage and assist businesses to come get a piece of the pie.
Yeah,
So,
I promise to do that, and even in the ordinance, it requires that we come back once a year and report to you on the progress that we've made.
Great.
So if you haven't, well, a lot of you haven't been here a whole year yet, but there is a requirement in the ordinance to come back and report to City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
I echo my colleagues' statements there. Thank you for your willingness to serve and continue to serve the city as you have for a long time. And please, even though they're formal reports, please keep us updated individually because we want to, as my colleague said, we I think unanimously want to try to solve this problem that you're addressing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman
Appreciate it.
Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ralph, we council have known you for a long time, and you've always been very, very active in the community. Thank you for joining this. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
And if I can, just for clarification purposes, this particular position is an appointment by the city council, just to clarify. I don't know how it was for you previously, but this is before council today with a resolution as an action by city council. So if when council is prepared to make a motion to that regard, I have a resolution.
Okay, who would like to make the motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, council. The next item is the Historic Preservation Commission. We have two positions, one applicant, but this applicant would be for the alternate, and we will advertise the other position for the architect. Terry Ann Kench.
Hi. My name is Carrie Ann Canch, and I'm applying for an appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. I'm new to Tampa. I was born in Kingston, Jamaica, and I was raised in New York State. I went to Syracuse University, where I received my bachelor's of fine arts and interior design technology, or interior design. And I have my associates in applied science from Onondaga Community College, and that one is in interior design also. I took some time off, and then I applied to graduate school. So I attended graduate school in Chicago, Illinois, and I went to the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and I applied for the master's program in historic preservation. So my associates I completed in 2004, and my bachelor's in 2007, and I walked the stage in 2013 in Chicago, but I'm still in the process of actually completing my master's thesis. I relocated to Florida in 2013, Gainesville, and I worked for UF part-time, and then I also served on the Alachua County Historic Preservation Commission there for a year within my 2-year term, because I relocated to St. Pete in June of 2016. So I've been in Florida since, and I just relocated to Tampa actually February of last year. I currently work as an insurance line processor for CX Insurance Services in St. Pete while completing my thesis, and I actually am a big member of my church, and that's what actually brought me to Florida. I came to Florida to help them start churches in Gainesville as well as here. And so I'm applying for a position on the commission today.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, we welcome you as a relatively new resident, and thank you for applying. From what you've seen, what do you think about the city of Tampa's efforts on historic preservation, which go back, I think, 30 plus years with Ybor City and historic Hyde Park, and then on and on. But have you had a chance to really get around and see our stuff?
I have actually. I like Hyde Park a lot, of course.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bungalows down there and a lot of craftsman architecture. But Ybor, yes, but because a lot of the factories have been torn down, the old cigar factories. So there's a lot of the historic markers. I see that a lot in Tampa. There's a lot of markers because there's a lot of development. So it's kind of like it's an interesting dilemma, I guess, because the city is moving forward, but then like to move forward, you got to get rid of your historic stock. So it's I think it's interesting because there's got to be a balance that's struck, because you need the history to inform the future, but you also want to develop into the future as well. But I think it's good what I've seen, but I think a lot more efforts can be done in other places.
Great, thank you.
Councilman Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had me at Art Institute of Chicago. I've lived in Chicago before, and that is a great place to learn history and actually see modern things. And I agree with you. If we do not move forward, how are we going to have our future Frank Lloyd Wrights?
Yeah.
How are we going to have our future architects that we can dedicate our history to? But thank you for joining. Not that it's going to sway my decision, but what part of town do you live in?
Oh, I actually live in close to the airport. They call it, now they're calling it, what is it, Midtown?
No, West Tampa.
Oh, West Tampa. I'm like, I'm Midtown. Yeah, so I literally live right by the mall, International Mall. I live in a place that is super developed. Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Anyone else? And I echo what my colleague said. Thank you for your willingness to serve. And I may have missed this. How long have you lived in Tampa for?
I lived in Tampa for a year.
Okay.
And in
That's
St. Petersburg for 2 years.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for, jumping on board service so fast for our city. I mean that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, may I have a motion to
Second.
appoint,
If I can, counsel, unfortunately, I caught a Scrivener's error as we were talking. So if you could just make the motion to appoint, and I'll come back with the resolution, hopefully by the end of this meeting.
Motion to appoint.
Thank you.
And who's second? And motion by Councilman Escapo, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Joe, she had me at UF.
Yeah, I thought of that.
Well, we'll talk about that later, Council.
Okay, we're on number 5.
Yes, thank you, council, again. We're on to the Variance Review Board. We have 2 incumbents looking to be reappointed. Brett Feldman is the first one.
Good morning, Council. My name is Brett Feldman with the law firm of Phelps Dunbar. It's good to see some of you who served on the Variance Review Board previously with me. I have served on the board for approximately 4 years. A little over than that, I was an alternate for a brief period of time, then appointed to, I believe, the attorney position on the board. Mr. Cotton gave me some documents to get reappointed. He gave me a short window to do that, and I missed that short window. So I get to come here and see you good people this morning and hopefully get reappointed and continue to serve the community.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, as Mr. Feldman said, Joe and I had the honor of serving with Mr. Feldman for quite a while, and he did such a great job. I kept elbowing him and saying, Brett, why don't you run for city council? And for some reason, he said, no way.
Yeah.
I think he's smarter than the rest of us. But anyway, Brett, thank you for your service, and we appreciate you coming back and doing some more.
Thank you. Appreciate
Anyone
it.
else? And I just wanted to say just about Phelps Dunbar. I've always been your managing partner there. Dennis McClelland is
Yes, sir.
one of the best guys out there. Your law firm for 9 years has been for our annual sensory-friendly Santa event that we do at HCBA with Judge Nazaritan and Judge Barbers. We have about 200 kids, and for 9 years straight, y'all have been our #1 toy fundraiser for that. So y'all always have a good place in my heart, unless if I'm opposing you in a case. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. The other incumbent is Samantha Walker.
Good morning. As she said, my name is Sam Walker, and I'm seeking a reappointment. I was up here just 4 months ago before you all, and I'm getting over a little bit of a cold, so I'll keep it short. I am an attorney at a law firm across the street, and I think that my commercial real estate background has informed my current position, and more importantly, I've enjoyed serving the city of Tampa. And so for those reasons, I'm up here before you again today.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, sir.
Walker, so if you could move the resolution. Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. We will advertise the other positions that were not filled, or re-advertise. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Okay, now we move forward to ceremonial activities and presentations on number 6 for the Tampa Bay Partnership.
Should we intro?
If you'd like, of course.
You all know I presented that the Tampa scorecard. The Tampa Bay Partnership for the last few years has been developing a regional scorecard, and we wanted to make sure that we all heard this, but also that the members of the public hear it, because without the right information, we don't know where we're going or what we can benchmark against. So we have Rick Holman, who's the CEO of the Tampa Bay Partnership.
Is what?
Great. Well, councilors, good morning, and thank you for having myself and Dave Sobush, our Director of Policy and Research, here this morning. And Councilor Carlson, thank you for the invitation to come. If we could start the slide, please. The work that we're doing to benchmark our region, along with our partners from United Way Suncoast, Community Foundation of Tampa Bay, and the USF Muma College of Business, is a critical step in both understanding and addressing the major challenges that we face as a community. On Thursday, January 9th, we released the findings from our research to an audience of more than 500 business, government, and philanthropic leaders, including a number of elected officials from throughout Tampa Bay, at our State of the Region Community Luncheon. In a minute, I'd like to share with you a brief video. It's 4 minutes that summarizes the 2020 highlights, and then ask Dave Sobush to dig deeper into the indicators that drive our economy. And as you ask, if you could switch the slide, please, I'd like to ask you to consider one important question, which is, are we creating an economy that works for everybody? The data you're about to see hits a lot of high notes regarding the economic growth in Tampa and Tampa Bay, the attractiveness of our community to residents and businesses, and with all the exciting momentum we see across the region right now, it would be easy to say mission accomplished. But a closer look shows us that we still have a lot of work to do if we want to create a community where everybody prospers and no one is left behind. So if we could please play the video. Thank you.
Gets done. That's why it's so important to look at the state of our region, using reliable, accessible, and comparable data. More than 100 business, government, and nonprofit leaders in Tampa Bay have joined forces. We've identified over 60 indicators that drive our economy, that if moved in the right direction, can create prosperity for all. We've identified 19 communities across the United States that we see as our peers. Each year, we track how we're doing against these communities and the country as a whole. We dig deep into this data and look honestly at our strengths and our weaknesses to find out what we're doing well, where we can improve, and how we stack up against the competition. But we're not just looking backward. Using innovative real-time data, we can identify where to invest our time and our resources to move the needle on our greatest challenges as we move forward. In just 3 years, we've changed the way we view our region and redefined the role that each of us has in its future. We're excited to share the new data with you, so let's unveil the results. In 2020, Tampa Bay ranks in the top 10 in 14 different indicators, and we gained ground on our competitors in half of those areas. We topped the list of net migration for the second year in a row, after being at the bottom of the pack just a decade ago. More new businesses are starting in Tampa Bay, and we're one of only 2 communities starting more businesses now than we did before the recession. The value of our homes continues to grow, and we saw positive export growth for the first time in 4 years. The data shows us that people want to be here, and they believe in our economy. But there's another story to tell. In more than 3/4 of the indicators, we're in the bottom half. In many, we're standing still or losing ground. Our GRP per capita takes the value of all the goods and services produced in Tampa Bay and divides that by our population. It's an important way to compare the wealth and health of our economy to our competition. Tampa Bay sits in last place and has consistently been at the bottom for more than 10 years. Many signs now point to a widening economic gap in our region. Our household income once again ranks last. Our average wage trails all but one community, and income inequality is at an all-time high. For many of our residents, it's becoming increasingly difficult to afford basic necessities, such as housing and transportation. For those who can't afford a car of their own, our lack of public transit options limits their access to medical care, childcare, and jobs, which leads to more people sitting out of the economy and falling deeper into poverty. But that's not where our story ends. The data shows us that there's a clear path forward to a competitive, prosperous community where no one is left behind. We've still got some work to do. But when we know our challenges, we can solve our challenges. And with strategic investment in transit, education, and other important drivers, we can begin to create a new tomorrow today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dave Sobush, Director of Policy and Research for the Tampa Bay Partnership. For the next few minutes, I'm going to peel back a few of the indicators that can help us see how certain demographic factors impact the residents' levels of opportunity and personal prosperity. In terms of what we earn in this community, and I'm not sure, okay, I can see, trying to get, yep, right there. In terms of what we earn, there's a major gap between Tampa Bay and our competition. With an average private sector wage of $48,304, Tampa Bay ranks 19th out of the 20 markets we examine in the Regional Competitiveness Report, trailing every community except Orlando. If you're a woman in Tampa Bay, your prospects are even worse. Male workers over the age of 25 in Tampa Bay earn a median wage of $41,000 per year, while female workers are earning less than $32,000 per year. And we can see that wage gap persisting at every level of education. With that, education may still be the best indicator for professional and financial success in Tampa Bay, regardless of gender. For a baseline, the typical worker in Tampa Bay, over 25 years old, earns a median wage of $36,000 per year. With a graduate or professional degree, it's almost $62,000 per year. And at the opposite end of the spectrum, if you have less than a high school diploma, the median wage is around $22,000 per year. 1/3 of Tampa Bay residents are employed in occupations with a median wage of less than $29,000. So the type of industry in which you're employed can also play a big role in what you earn. These low wages are translating directly into another major weakness in our region, our median household income, where at $55,000 we rank last among our competitors. We also see a racial divide. African American households in Tampa Bay are earning less than $42,000, 72% of the median income for white households. Households of Hispanic or Latino origin are faring slightly better at $48,000, but that's still only 82% of the median income for white households. And I will say that within the city as a whole, these gaps are more persistent than they are within the region. The spread between white non-Hispanic households and African American households, for example, is 42%. and 52% for Hispanic Latino versus white non-Hispanic households. Collectively, all of these earning gaps, whether by race, sex, educational attainment, or industry, are contributing to a high level of poverty in Tampa Bay. We rank 16th in the youth poverty indicator, joining South Florida and Orlando in the group of communities with higher rates of youth poverty than the nation as a whole. In Tampa Bay, those living in poverty are more likely to be young, less educated, or a person of color. All of which tells us that we need to do better when it comes to closing these gaps and ensuring equal access to education and opportunity. While we often tout the low cost of living in Tampa Bay, the average household in our region is spending more than 50% of its monthly income on housing and transportation alone. And in Hillsborough County, that's 53%, and in the city of Tampa, it's a little north of 60%. Because of budget constraints, many households can only access jobs by walking or cycling, transit, or some combination of these modes, which puts them at a real disadvantage considering Tampa's last place in terms of transit supply. We are significantly under-resourced. Through the innovative research being done by our partners at USF, we've learned that transit can be a real game changer when it comes to moving the needle on many of the challenges faced by our region. If we increase transit availability by 20 revenue miles per capita, which is a function of coverage and frequency, it's a big lift, but a level of service contemplated with the All for Transportation initiative, we could expect significant changes in poverty, income inequality, and economic mobility. I know the data can be sobering, but here's the good news. We're growing, people want to be here, businesses want to be here, and with that growth, we have the foundation we need to create an inclusive economy where everybody has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you for letting us be here today. I'll now invite Rick up to join me for any questions.
Okay, Councilman Carlson, Councilman Scalco, Councilman Citro, Goods, Infelder.
Yeah, thank you all for indulging us to let us present this. This and the Tampa Scorecard. .com give a sobering picture of the reality of Tampa. Over the last few years, we've heard a lot of rhetoric about how great Tampa is, and we all are Tampa boosters, and we want to motivate and the community to be positive about our community. But the truth also is that we have to look at the real numbers, and if we're behind on 3/4 of the numbers, and if you break it out, if you look at Tampa Scorecard, Tampa's the laggard in the region. And so these are regional numbers, but we need to look, our job is to look at Tampa, and we have to figure out where we're going to go. And I'll just leave one more kind of overused analogy, but a lot of people talk about the analogy of Alice in Wonderland. She comes upon the Cheshire Cat, and she says, "Which way do I go?" There are two roads, and he says, "Well, where are you trying to get to?" And she said, "I don't quite know." And he said, "Well, it doesn't matter which road you take." And so if we look at numbers and we're data driven, we can identify not only the problems but then the solutions. And I think it's our job as policymakers, as we've all discussed, to find the right solutions and work with groups like this to make sure we solve these problems for the future. And primarily focusing on the poverty crisis we have, the housing crisis, and the equity issues. Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for an honest presentation. I don't know what to expect. I didn't look through the booklets here, but you've shown the reality of, there's a lot of good happening. You see a lot of cranes in construction, and Tampa's booming. But what about the poor, the people below the poverty line, the African-American community, the Hispanic community? We've heard the same story for 50, 60 years, and nothing changes. And it's up to us as a body, as a mayor, you guys, your organizations and whatnot, to actually get things done. People come here week after week, they say their piece. Why is it that in the United States, which we are the greatest country in the world, maybe we're behind China, maybe whatever, globally, economically, why do we still have to talk about poverty? There's so much out there. There's so much wealth. I was having a conversation last night. How much wealth is there in the world? What is the dollar amount? 200 trillion? What is it? Why does poverty exist? Why do we have people that they work hard, but they can't make ends meet? You saw, some high school education, 22,000, 20-something thousand. How do they live on that? How do they have children? How can they chase the American dream where they're not moving up in the world? You can't be relying constantly on food stamps and other subsidies. These people work hard, and they should be able to earn a living, reasonable wage, and something that they can aspire to. My grandparents came here from Cuba with nothing. My grandfather worked 3 jobs, whatever it took to make ends meet, but he was able to obtain somewhat of a middle-class lifestyle through his hard work. Now people work 2, 3 jobs, and they're barely making ends meet. And it goes into a deeper discussion, but we really haven't focused on trying to solve, the poverty issue or the homelessness issue or the affordable housing issue. I mean, we campaign and we promise and we say, but where's the leadership? And I know it's up to us, but enough is enough. People keep waiting. I mean, it's 2020. In 1990, the conversation was the same. 1970, the conversation was the same. But again, thank you for telling the truth in this. But it shows how much we have to go before we get to that mountaintop, some kind of legitimate hope for so many people.
Councilman Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick, you and your group have shown us a lot here, and I thank you very much for that. I'd like to see some more figures added. I'd like to see the breakdown. You were talking Tampa Bay. I want to see Tampa. I also want to see the figures that were 40, 30, 20, 10 years ago. I want to make sure that Tampa has not moved faster in trying to eliminate poverty, affordable housing, than these other have. Do you see what I'm saying? We may very well have been moving much faster than these other cities that you have put before us right now. Can you give me those figures from 40, 30, 20, and 10 years ago? Again, this is Tampa. You're grouping us in with Tampa Bay, and I understand it. We are regional. Yes, we have to work together, but I want to see Tampa.
So thank you, Councilman.
And one more thing after you
sure.
finish. No, after you finish. Please go ahead.
Maybe 30. I don't know, going back 40 and 50. Just the annexation.
Give me the 30 then.
And the fact that it's, those figures are in, I think, a dusty book at the Regional Planning Council. We talk about Tampa Bay as a region, and I heard you reference the comparison communities as cities, but those are also regions. When we talk about Minneapolis, St. Paul, for example, that is a 16-county area that stretches into parts of rural Wisconsin. So we do feel that it is a apples-to-apples comparison. Communities are part of metropolitan regions because there is a shared workforce. There are economic linkages. There are many rationales for taking the metropolitan approach. That said, we are pleased to let you know that in the near future, in mid-spring of this year, we will be launching on our stateoftheregion.com website the ability to dive down and not just compare, say, Hillsborough County to Charlotte, but the more appropriate comparison, which would be Hillsborough County to Mecklenburg County. And where the data is available, compare City of Tampa to City of Charlotte, for example. And not compare cities to regions, but compare regions to regions, counties to counties, cities to cities, where available.
And thank you. That's what I would really like to see. Just one portion here which talks about education. And Raleigh-Durham is at the top of it. The Golden Triangle has how many colleges there? NC State, Wake Forest, Duke. How many colleges do they have there?
Those are the 3 I would name.
Okay, and then there's a couple others.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out the comparison between that and Tampa. But thank you for your facts and your figures. I also like to see how retirement plays into these facts and figures.
Sure.
This is a huge retirement community.
Yeah. So
and how does that balance out with the figures that you have, along with the others that may not be retirement, Minneapolis, St. Paul?
All of the indicators are apples to apples. It's the same source used for every community. So the comparisons on the data level are accurate. While everybody is drawn to Tampa Bay versus a particular city comparison, what I try to really advocate for is Tampa Bay compared to the panoply of communities that are in there. There's not any community like Tampa Bay. It's why it's special. It's why we live here. But there are components of other communities that are like Tampa Bay. There are components that have large military presence. There are components of other communities with a research university. There are 3 other Florida metros that are also retirement destinations. There are other, Phoenix and San Diego come to mind as other retirement destinations. we've received that question over and over, and I'd call your attention to the deeper dive we did in the talent section, which is around labor force participation, which is what percentage of the people 25 to 64 are in the labor force. And we looked at that. Tampa Bay's challenge is not in the later years. It's not in the 55 to 64. It is the fact that we are behind in every single age bracket of that labor force participation. Our young people are participating in the economy at a lower rate than others. So we do our best to provide a forest of communities for which to compare Tampa Bay rather than this tree versus that tree.
Again, Rick, I thank you and your team for bringing this forward. I agree that Tampa is a big city and needs to start acting like one. We have a deep water port that, in my opinion, is going underused. We should have manufacturing, assembly, importing, exporting, which will build careers, not just jobs.
Absolutely.
For some of our people. Thank you again for your stats.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Goods and Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, you know, I guess what you do in the dark finally comes to the light. And when you look at what you've done, you've brought it to the light. Now we just hope that folks who are policymakers can understand what the light is all about, how people have been in darkness. You know, I was at an event last week, and this gentleman, Mr. Meade, he talked about two types of folks. Folks that are contributors, and then folks that are committed. What are we going to be? I'm hoping that this board is committed, we're not just contributors. And I'm hoping that the policymakers that are listening know that we need committed people, not contributors. Because when you're committed, that means you're going to do all and everything, and you're going to put your life on the line to make sure it gets done, but it's just giving you a nickel or a dime and you move on about your way. But I'm glad that you were able to muster up this information for us so we know where we truly are. And I've always said, I've heard many times, we're the next great city, we are the great city, and I always tell people we're not there yet. We're way behind. And as your numbers show that, we're at the bottom. So I'm hoping that the policymakers will listen, will wake up, and we be committed to make what we have to do. You talked about transportation. I know it's a big hot topic in Tampa, transportation. But what irks me about the transportation plan, when I see these plans, I don't see anything going through the heart of the city. I don't see any plans that you talk about we want to make improvements to help people, but there are, I would say, more railroad tracks unutilized right in the heart of the inner city. So when we talk about jobs or getting people to A to B, if there's a job out in Wimauma or Ruskin, well, where are those tracks going to go to get those people in that little mesh area? How they going to get there? Are we concerned about downtown, Tampa High, all the other university, or are we concerned about everybody? So we're going to have a transportation plan. It needs to support every community, not just certain communities, but every community. So I'm hoping people will hear that, because that's all I hear, transportation, but I don't hear anything about tracks going through the middle. And I think that's important if you're talking about stopping poverty and getting people to work and doing what we need to do to be committed. So that's my thing. I hope that we are committed. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thanks to the organization for putting all this effort into this. I think these benchmarks and the data behind them are extremely important. We know, as Mr. Citro said, let's figure out where we've been. We see where we are today. The items that concern me perhaps the most are the disparity in regard to racial and gender and the economic disparity in those groups. And not to be critical, because I know you guys can't do everything, but we need help. You know, I've heard up here, you know, the decision makers. We are the decision makers. We're some of the most important decision makers, along with county commissions and other municipalities in the region, and mayors, et cetera. So we're the decision makers, but the next step is we need help in terms of how do we fix some of these things? I know there's not a switch overnight to take us from the bottom to the top in these categories, but how do we get these things to go up? I recall in the past, some of these things are about, wages, okay? And I know in the past, some of the reasons we attracted some of the businesses that we did get in terms of the backroom call centers, which was the big deal 15, 20 years ago because we had low wages. And some of those industries were attracted to us before they went to India in that regard. But, what can we do as a community, and what would you suggest this body does to get us out of the bottom in some of these categories?
Well, Councilor, great question, and it's the most often asked question, as what do we do with this now? But the first important step we felt was that we have to have some data in front of us on which we agree, because you can't develop a strategy without metrics and without being able to set goals. So
Totally.
In our mind, the next thing we have to do is we need to, as a community, to begin to set some reasonable goals. And then we need to develop strategies to get there. And some of these are very interlinked with each other. We strongly believe that we need to work as a region, as a market, as an economy to move in that direction. If one county or one city is doing this over here and nothing's happening over here, it's like a whack-a-mole, and you never really end up solving the problem. So it's going to take some regional conversations, regional coordination. It's going to take looking at best practices in other markets and bringing those people here to give us ideas about ways that we can impact our community in our own unique way. But the first step is to accept what we have, and the next is to set goals and then develop a strategy.
I know there's different people in our community. Some people say, well, we're Tampa, and then are we Tampa Bay? What does that mean, et cetera, et cetera. I agree with you completely that we have to look at this holistically. Most people have no idea where the city limits are. Where the city starts and the county starts. People in town and country, we send them a utility bill because we happen to provide water and sewer out there in town and country. They think they're part of the city, but in reality, they're part of the county. Yeah. Those lines have faded over the years. We are a region. People complain to us about traffic. There's so much traffic. You guys are approving all these projects. That's where all the traffic's coming from. No, some of the traffic is, but most of the traffic is coming from the region because the city of Tampa is an attractor. I remember Mayor Penn talking about that 15 years ago. We are an attractor, which is great. But that's where a lot of that traffic is coming from. They're coming in and out of the base and driving out to Brandon and this and that. So we have to look at this on a regional level. But at the same time, I so look forward to groups like yours and others coming forth with really tangible solutions. What can this body do to do a better job on affordable housing? What can we do? I think we're already doing it with transportation, everything we can. We have to get through this court battle. But once we do, in a positive way, this body, I know, and the mayor will move forward with the region on transportation. I think we're heading in the right direction. But there's so many challenges. Yes, sir.
Council, I just specifically will say that all the research points to transit as being the biggest enabler. It doesn't solve everything by itself, but it enables us to then develop strategies to deal with educational access, attainment, with access to jobs, to health care, to child care, things like that. And without transit options available to especially lower middle income residents, all of those options are diminished substantially, and in such a way that it affects our poverty rate and household income and things like that. So I think that we are doing the right thing there. We're going all in on transit. Hopefully we'll see some comparable measures across the Bay in Pinellas County and up in Pasco County. But that's a big step forward that should long-term impact these numbers.
Last thing I'll say is I agree with you on the transit. My daughter graduated high school here, ended up in D.C. For the last 20 years. She's never driven since.
Yeah,
she's in D.C. She does every possible form of transit and basically threw away her license except she uses it for ID.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Last word, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just for anybody watching this on TV at home or hearing about it, this body has done a lot in the last few months to try to address these issues. The fact that we have this presentation, the Tampa Scorecard presentation, others means that my colleagues and I seriously want to look at these numbers and we seriously want to address them. And we've been collaborating with the mayor's office. People sometimes wonder, why do you spend so much time talking about CRAs and CRA executive directors? All of that is tied back to this. Why do we talk about women's rights? All of it is tied back. Why do we talk about minority participation in business? Because it's all tied back to this. Why do we talk about affordable housing over and over again? Because it's tied back into these numbers. And now the mayor, we're getting a new executive director for the CRA, and we're getting a new head of economic development, Carol Post. And what I look forward to doing is working collaboratively with her and with your group and others so that we can create a really dynamic economic development, community development plan for Tampa and the region that counts these kinds of data and shows how we move on this data, not just counting the number of condos in downtown. So thank you all for your presentation. I'm sure my chair has.
And and thank you, gentlemen, for your hard work and everybody that worked on that report. We really appreciate it. I was thinking, we always talk about the city of Tampa doing well, and we're always presented with optimism and whatnot, and we should. I mean, there are a lot of good things that have happened in the city of Tampa that continue to happen in the city of Tampa, but it kind of reminds me of, on a national scale, in the 1960s when, the economy was great, et cetera, and a writer named Michael Harrington during the Kennedy years wrote a book called The Other America that said that, hey, listen, things are affluent. We're talking about the affluent society, but there's the other America that would love to live paycheck to paycheck. In other words, they're below that level of dignity, of anxious dignity. And we're talking about the other Tampa, the part of Tampa that we don't hear much about for many, many reasons. And I think that's a positive thing. I mean, we know historically what happened in our economy after World War II to the early 1970s. All parts of our economy largely grew together. But then in the 1970s, the bottom fell out of our economy with a manufacturing base. And it happened to coincide with a national tendency or narrative that saw those investments that helped, in my opinion, create the middle class as being part of the problem. You put those two together, and that created a real big challenge for the middle class in this country, which has obviously had a trickle-down effect on Tampa. It goes without saying. But I think there's a lot of different things that we can do here in the city. Something that I always talk about that I'm actually working with some folks on to put boots on the ground, so to speak, to help give people a pathway to the middle class is encouraging apprenticeships. Taking young people who are graduating high school not sure about their future and telling them, hey, listen, you do an apprenticeship with steel or pipes or electric, et cetera, you can be on your way to earning $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. That's something that I'm trying to work on to have a plan to move forward. So there are things that we can do long term as well as right here, right now, to make direct investments in people who have been ignored for too long. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next we move onward to public comment. Thank you. Public comment.
Morning, Montesnot. That's a nice presentation that was just done. But the reality is there is no accountability, no willpower, and last but not least, no mayor. That's what you see here. Week after week for the last 30 or 40 years, no mayor. You know why? Because it's a do-nothing city council, and y'all can't do nothing. Y'all can't do nothing but sign on the dotted line. That's all y'all can do. City council after city council can't do nothing but sign on the dotted line. Nothing more, nothing less. $1 billion budget, and what y'all did? Nothing for the black community. Y'all MF signed on the bottom line. You signed on the bottom line. It was people down here complaining. People complaining about roundabouts that we don't need in our community. And what y'all do? Y'all sign on the bottom line. And then y'all talk this garbage, straight garbage. When black people try to talk it, y'all don't feel us. Y'all don't even have the tolerance for us. No tolerance. No sensitivity. No sensitivity at all. None. Because it's hatred. It's a hatred y'all have for us. Every last one of y'all. It's a hatred you have for black people. And you know how you know it? Y'all celebrate poverty. You celebrate poverty. That's what capitalism and imperialism and colonialism and neocolonialism, that's what it's made of. That's what profits is for. That's why 22 rich white men have more wealth than all the women on the continent of Africa. That's why Ted Turner have more property than all the black people in the United States. Why? Because it's built off of hatred. Because when we had 20 million acres of land for our farmers, the white folks ran us off our property, ran us out of Rosewood, ran us out of places right around here, take our property. I have personal experience with it. And it's a hatred y'all have for African people. It's a hatred y'all have for black skin. It's a severe hatred, and y'all celebrate the nonsense. And you know how I know y'all have a hatred or personal hatred? Because each and every last one of y'all gonna be at Gasparilla Parade celebrating piracy and black hatred. Celebrating it. And y'all celebrate these reports. That's just a report. You heard what one man say. We want to see another study. Everybody want to see another study. If I have sex, if I get a prostitute in credit, I want to try that again too. I want to try it again. And y'all keep trying us. Y'all keep trying black people because y'all hate us.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good morning, Johnny Johnson. We come down here week after week with the same information the Tampa Partnership just gave you guys. So it shouldn't be no surprise of the numbers that he presented to you guys, because we come down here each and every Thursday to let you know that nothing has changed. Were you getting it from the root of the situation, not from a study or a statistic? These are from the roots. We are the people that makes the city go. The low-paid people are the ones that entitle you guys to have your status. So don't be surprised at the numbers that you're seeing, because, again, we're down here every week demonstrating those numbers are different. My question to you guys are, what are you going to do with the information now that you got it from a different person, a different perspective, or a different organization? Again, we gave you the numbers over and over again, week after week, year after year, and you haven't did anything with it. You've been passed down the baton. I guess you all going to just stand in place and not run the race. And that's a sad thing, man, because, again, like the brother said, man, you have to get somebody else to come and tell you the same thing we've been saying, and all of a sudden everybody's eyes are open and minds are working to try to want to do something better. It's people's lives at stake. Again, we are the community, not no statistics. We are living that poverty. We have retail space on 22nd and Hillsborough. Only way our community is going to grow if we get businesses here that has investment in it, that want it to grow. All our money go out of our community. We have nothing. We have to go to Brandon, South Tampa, North Tampa, Temple Terrace to find great eatery places. All that retail space on Hillsborough and 22nd. We should have every major restaurant up there. Applebee's, Chick-fil-A. Instead, you put all the high cholesterol restaurants up there trying to take us out faster. The fried foods and stuff, man. So again, there's no Olive Gardens over there. You have to go to Brandon or Temple Terrace out on Bush. Again, we have the power to do things. You guys have to make the mayor do her job, and y'all guys got to do y'all job. And one other thing, again, it goes back down, again, to the ethnic, and it's always the blacks, non-white. Whites get the pass on everything. As none they study show that they're doing no bad down below poverty. It's all black and brown-skinned people. Again, we're down here been saying the same thing. What are you guys going to do with the information you have? You have it from the root, and you have it from the top, from the studies. You got a lot of information to do work with. You don't need any more study. We need work. We need action. We need people moving their feet and not standing still. It's no failure in progress. That means we have to do something. Standing still, we're going to stay there. We'll be here next year doing the same thing. Y'all guys have an opportunity to be special. You got two words. You got fear and faith. Which one you going to take?
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good morning, Geraldine Rogers Toombs. I understand roundabouts have proven to be effective with reducing the number of serious or fatal crashes. Still, pedestrian and bicyclist safety are equally important. As previously stated, the 34th Street Strip has a high concentration of children commuting in the area, and the proposed roundabout intersections will be in close proximity to early Head Start education programs, elementary schools, and neighborhood parks. Young children are our most vulnerable citizens. These children should not be introduced to dangerous traffic situations, are constantly exposed to high-risk traffic accident areas while walking to school or to parks. According to the City of Tampa Transportation Department perspective, they have seen a reduction in traffic crashes at roundabouts. However, it appears information provided on traffic crashes on 40th Street for 2018 reflect an increase in the number of traffic crashes at roundabouts at those three intersections. There were a total of 53 traffic crashes in 2018 at intersections with roundabouts, and at least 35 crashes in 2019 at those roundabouts on 40th Street. I don't have the data for the last 2 months of 2019. In 2016 and 2017, there were 50 pedestrian fatalities and 12 bicyclists killed in Hillsborough County. Pedestrian and bicycle crashes are some of the most dangerous accidents that can occur on a road. Pedestrian and bicyclists do not have the same protection or impact that a person in another vehicle does. They are the most vulnerable people on the road at any given time, and bicyclists are a close second. Again, there were a total of 94 crashes on 40th Street between Bush Boulevard and Hillsborough Avenue in 2018, and a minimum of 84 crashes in 2019. That doesn't appear to support the city's transportation department premise that roundabouts reduce accidents. I find it disturbing that an overwhelming percentage of the crashes occurring on 40th Street are occurring at roundabouts that are designed intersections. Also, I find it alarming that the proposed location for the 34th Street roundabouts doesn't appear to place enough emphasis on child safety. How are children going to safely cross intersections with roundabouts to get to their destinations? And I would just like to say that you talk about data. You have all the data available to you to show that there is a contradiction in the information that's been provided. And I just ask you to at least provide the effort to get the data so you can make wise decisions.
We appreciate it. Next, please.
Good morning, Connie Burton. I want to appreciate that presentation on the State of Region report, because when you look at it as a layperson and you try to figure out how can that be in 2020? How do all the indicators, as you talk about Tampa being the next great city, a progressive city with a new mayor, a new council board, and we're still in the African community moving as if we're in a snail pace? I'm just hoping, for your sake, not for mine, because it's clear. Desmond Meade made Orlando made, Councilman Gould, he said those who want to be contributors and those who are committed. And he rated against an analysis of a ham and cheese omelet. How committed are you? You could be the egg and do a little bit of something, do a little report, come out to the African community and just say, oh, well, we are trying, we're working. You could be the milk to the egg. But are you committed to seeing some real change and being that ham where you give it all? We have been waiting. Go back 60 years and then start back what was once Central Avenue and how we lost all of that. And then fast forward to how we lost Riverfront Park, and now it's this wonderful 35 million a facade out there, not for African people. And then you look at all of the indicators to say poverty. We talk about housing, the soaring prices of housing, even in our community, when you have partnership with those developers that are building houses that we can't even afford. We spectators in our own damn community. But I can assure you that while we come down here every week and you think, and y'all might think, well, they just blowing off steam, we plan on changing the condition of our community. There is something you can do. If 5 of you all have enough courage and strength that when you see an agenda that do not reflect to lifting the African community, send it back to the mayor. Send it back to her. I don't want to hear no more, this is a strong arm of government and the mayor got all power. You know why I know that's a lie? Because she have to come to us for a damn vote. And coming to us for a vote, moving henceforth for everybody, is accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Good morning.
And if I may, Bishop, just for 1 second, is anyone else here for public comment today? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good morning. Bishop Michelle B. Patty. I would just like for us to be honest with each other. Poverty is big business. So that's what we need to get clear. Nobody is really interested in moving the needle. You ask why we in the same situation, people having 3, 4 jobs. It's because the goalposts keep being moved. If you keep raising the housing standards, the cost of housing, a person can never afford it. We know that's what's going on. We talk about transportation. Nobody's really trying to see about the people in Jackson Heights, Bama Heights, trying to get from place to place. Now, there's a news article that's came out about Memorial Park Cemetery, that the owner has died and they want to relinquish the park. Now, the city is saying, hey, that's not our issue, but it is in the CRA. So there is money in the CRA, and there should be something done to make sure that that park, the cemetery, do not become another Zion cemetery. So that's what we need to do. We do have the money. There is where we can put the effort together. The other thing is we're talking about Fair Oaks. Now I heard with the study they talked about children. But if our children can't have the modern technology, can't see and have the same thing that other parts of this city have, how can our children grow to become productive citizens? We keep wanting to put Band-Aids on problems that should not be. Tonight at 7 p.m., I don't know how many of you all care enough to come and hit a citizen at Fair Oaks tonight, but at 7 p.m., you all should be there to hear what the citizens are saying. We're all taxpayers. Nobody is up here begging for anything. We're asking for just due. Simple as that. We pay taxes. We want the same, our city, our parts of town to look like Davis Island, South Tampa, and everywhere else. So we're asking that Fair Oaks be fast-tracked, that it be demolished, that it be rebuilt so that children can have a safe environment. You all don't attend the funerals that I attend. You don't preach the funerals that I do that's out in that area because children are being shot and killed, and then everybody say, oh, what a shame. But we're not doing anything to fix the problem. That study came here. It has said what we've been saying over and over and over. Now it's like, whoa, it's for real. It's always been real. We've been telling it. It's just that we're not white, and now maybe that the white men have come before you and said it. Maybe now people will say, they've been on to something all the time. But at this point, what will you all do to make a difference? And I have a little confidence in you all. I feel that you're going to step up to the plate and we're going to get things done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, and no one else here for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Shaw.
Council, on item number 4, I did prepare the corrected resolution. If you could move the resolution, please.
Who would like to move that?
So moved.
Councilman Citro, motion, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir. Okay, are there any requests for the public or by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters? There being apparently none, we will move to committee reports, consent agenda. Let's move to number 7. Is anyone here from staff for number 7? No one from staff. Any questions from council on number 7?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there is a request for a continuance Is that correct?
Yes. I'll move to continue to
excuse me,
February
I-
20th.
Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. Who would like to second that?
I second it, please.
Okay, Councilman Citro, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, let's move now to number 8. Anyone here for number 8?
Yes, good morning. Justin Vasky, Legal Department. I'm here, and Director of Contract Administration Mike Chukrin is here regarding item 8 on the agenda. And item 8 is the first reading of an ordinance that amends Section 2-280 of the City Code in order to increase the threshold amount for which work orders are approved by City Council and to clarify that the work orders are for professional services as defined in the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. Mike Chukrin is here now to offer a brief presentation on this item. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Mike Chukrin, Contract Administration. We are proposing to amend Section 2-280, which was established in 1995. This is in order to gain more efficiencies within the Contract Administration Department and also to streamline the work order processes within the department. And with the recent approval of the PIPES program and also the All for Transportation, Contract Administration is anticipating a significant increase in workload for the department, and that's driven by those programs. So we're looking to amend Section 280, which would reduce staff time and allow for more efficient operations. For example, in calendar year 2019, Contract Administration executed 80 work orders. Of those 80 work orders, 46 of those fell within the current threshold of Section 2-280, and that required City Council approval. That's 58% of all the total work orders. The City Council approval process requires us to input into the SIRE system so that it can be placed on the agenda. And after subsequent City Council approval, there's a wait time also for release of those resolutions. So this process adds approximately 44 days to the work order process. So therefore, excuse me, by amending Section 2-280, we're looking to increase Contract Administration's efficiency and effectiveness in supporting the user departments, and also to ensure that the user departments have the capability to utilize the consultant services more rapidly. Additionally, we're agreeable to establish the threshold at $100,000 to effectuate, and Assistant City Attorney Justin Vasky has drafted a substitute ordinance which he can present to Council immediately.
Any questions? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, sir, and Justin, thanks for your work on this. Basically, the purchasing contracts, we've already delegated to the $100,000 amount, and staff through the contracts administration folks are asking us to bring them up from $50,000 to $100,000, which I think is fair and fine. So I'll move the ordinance for first reading, the substitute ordinance for first reading.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman.
Is this something I need to read?
Yes, you're going to have to read the title.
Oh, go ahead.
So if you could have someone that has a motion to accept the substitute, then you just read the title.
I would read the title.
Okay, we have the motion to accept substitute. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and go ahead, sir. Should he read it now?
Okay, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, amending City of Tampa Code, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 5, Division 3, Purchases and Contracts, Section 2-280. Said amendment being necessary to increase the threshold amount for which work orders are approved by City Council and providing that said work orders are for professional services as defined in Section 287-.055. Florida statutes providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing an effective date.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Mr. Chairman, hand in hand with this delegation, and I know you like motions at the end, but I'm going to ask for a little leeway on it.
Well, Councilman, the acting chair of Maniscalco, we're going to step outside.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I grant that to you.
Okay, thank you, Your Highness. Anyway, what I'd like to see, anytime we let me back up. Why are we here? Why is council here? We're here as an oversight to the administration, and we work hand in hand with you on many, many issues. When we see these contracts, and now it will be anything over $100,000, some of the things we look at and we scrutinize are the WIMBY issues, the sole source issues. You know, those are the day-to-day things that you hear from us. I think those are extremely important. I think that's an extremely important role that we play on behalf of the community, that we are the eyes and the ears of the community. And that's why I feel very strongly about not delegating too much. But I'm comfortable with the 100,000 because it's consistent with where we've been in purchasing over the years. With all of that said, I'd like to see, I know that you guys have offered, and I appreciate it, to give us a list, the way that purchasing does, of these are the $100,000 or less contracts that we've done over the last, what is it, quarterly or something?
Yes, sir.
Right. So give us that list. But I also would like us to see next to that what the WIMBY component is, and also whether or not it is a sole source, single source, sole source, or that sort of thing, if there's any unusual exceptions, or if it's a CCNA, competitive negotiation, whatever, make a column that would tell us a little bit more on that. So I'm not even going to do it in the form of a motion. I think you get the idea.
Yes, sir.
I think we can work together on that, and I appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Thank you.
All right, so no motion?
No motion.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Second reading and adoption will be held on February 20th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So next up, we go to committee reports, consent agenda. We're going to begin with Councilman Citro on the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move items number 9 through 14.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro. Do we have a second? We have a second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up, we have Parks, Rec, and Cultural Committee with Councilman Goods.
Mr. Chairman, I move items 15 through 25.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now we move on to the Public Works Committee with Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move items 26 through 32.
All righty. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now we go to the Finance Committee. Councilman Miranda is not here, so it goes to Councilman Citro as Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move items number 33 through 37.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second from Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
All righty, next up. We have Building, Zoning, and Preservation with Councilman Carlson.
I move items number 38 through 47,
All right, we have the substitutes on that, 38 and 40, so.
including the substitutes.
Mr. Chairman, just if the clerk can just confirm, so it's clear, a substitute on 38, a substitute on 40. On your addendum, there's a substitute on 41, and then there's 45. Is there any others? That's it?
All right.
Okay, including, motion including substitutions for 38, 41, 40, and 45.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Carlson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? All right, I can't do Transportation Committee, so we give it to Councilman Goods, Vice Chair.
That's move 48 to 50, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Do we have we have a motion from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now we have items 50 through to 56, which are being set for public hearings. Can I get a motion on those?
Move go.
Second.
Just a single motion, setting public.
Yeah, you don't have to open it.
52 through 56, move to set those public hearings pursuant to the agenda.
Second that? Did you second that?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder with a second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? All right, we are at 10:21, so we can't open these public hearings. So let's go to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I had second thought about what I said before, that I didn't want to do a motion. I actually do want to do a motion because that way, no matter what administration is here and no matter what council is here, it will be perpetually in place. So as related to item 8, I'm going to make a motion that the administration provide a quarterly report of contracts that are $100,000 or less, and to include and to provide those that quarterly report to City Council on a quarterly basis, but also to include the WMBE percentage, as well as to identify any unusual purchasing situations such as single source, sole source, et cetera. And also with that motion to modify the current quarterly report as related to purchasing, because they do give us a quarterly report for $100,000, but to modify their purchasing report to also include any WMBE or unusual items.
All right, did we get that motion down? All righty, we have a second from Councilman Carlson, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so, again, public hearing's 10:30, it is not 10:30, so we'll go to staff reports. If we can start with item number 63.
Mr. Chairman, I believe those were during, oh, I'm sorry. Because my understanding is there was no questions of council. That was my understanding, but I see staff here.
Just Eric Weiss, wastewater department, here to answer any questions you have on this item.
All right, any questions? Councilman Dingfelder.
Eric, my question was on 64, and I talked to some of your staff. Well, tell us about 63. It's a big ticket item, $3 million. Is there any additional cost, or are we coming in at the same price?
No, it's actually 17% decrease from the prior year.
Okay, you need to go negotiate all of our renewals citywide.
Yeah. It was actually initiated from the manufacturer.
Okay, great. All right, I'll move 63.
All right, we have a motion for the moving the resolution 63. Question from Councilman
Yeah,
Paul?
just quick question, related question. I know this is not exactly your area, but I'm told by water experts that that the cloudiness that's caused by mixing the Tampa water with the Tampa Bay water is a pH imbalance, and that there's some kind of substance called caustic. I don't know if it's this, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know if it's the same substance. But I'm told that for maybe $200,000 extra a year in treating our potable water supply, that we could solve this this cloudiness problem. Do you have any? Sorry, I know it's not your area, but do you have any idea if it's the same substance?
I don't. I would defer
Okay.
to the water
All right,
department.
thank you.
63 is pending?
We got a
We have
motion
a motion,
from
a
Councilman
second.
Dingfelder.
And we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Carlson. I was outside. What's the motion? I apologize.
Motion to approve 63.
Okay, there you go. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, next we move to item 64.
Eric Weiss, wastewater department, here to answer any questions you have on this item.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I talked to your staff folks, the other Eric, et cetera, yesterday on this item 64. Again, it's a very large ticket item. I guess we do it on an annual basis, is $6 million. So it sounds like we did some testing with some of the other vendors and they didn't pass the test, so therefore it fell. We end up with a single responsive bidder situation.
Correct.
Elaborate on that a little, Eric? for us?
Yeah, so what this chemical does is help take the water out of the biosolids before it goes for a land application. You want to take the water out so you don't truck it, and they'll accept it at the land application site. So that's the purpose of this chemical, so it's very important that it works. So we have them come have an 8-hour day where they could come with their product into the lab and test it on our biosolids, our sludge. 3 of them came, only 1 had passed. So we then put that out to bid.
So now it's my understanding this gross price of $6,340,000 is a little bit higher than what we've done in the past?
Yeah, we're only doing about 1.2 million a year, but there is theoretically, if we get a lot of flow, this year, a really rainy year, it could be higher. So we're just covering our base in case we do get those high flows.
But I think what they told me was that because it's so good at removing water, we're going to save money on the back end.
Correct, because you have less trucking costs. Trucking costs is based upon, the volume that you take.
Okay, I'll move item 64.
Second. We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Niscacu. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Next, we have 65. Sauce. Anyone here for 65?
I'll move item 65. I don't think anybody had any questions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, second by Councilman Niscacu. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 66, Mr. Dial.
Just in regard to 65, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I know I personally have met, probably the rest of council has perhaps been out there at the CARE ATC Center on, is that Hines?
Yeah.
Or elsewhere. And you know, I think it's a great system. It sort of goes back to the mutual aid societies, you know, where we have an organization, we sort of do proactive preventive health care on a small level, but hopefully it keeps our costs down, you know, in the bigger picture. And so anyway, it looks like, you know, they've tweaked that up and added an additional person at that facility, so that's why the price is adjusted, but I think it's worthwhile. So I'm glad we approved 65. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Dodd.
Good morning. Here to speak to the Forest Hills project summary and the status of that project. This is really a joint project with stormwater management where there would be a removing of material from the pond that is at the location there, fill going in as well, and what that does is it raises the elevation at the location. So the amenities that are there now, basketball courts, racquetball, those facilities have to be in essence removed and raised during the project to be part of this for flood control and for improvements there. Unfortunately, the funding for the project, when the bids came in, there aren't sufficient funds to complete it at this time. So what we are looking at is there are a few options of the project being rebid again, and it has been bid, I believe, a couple of times already with this. The other options, though, is we're working with the master plan process, so we'll be working this year. We can take a look at that as well again and make sure of any of the improvements that are there and the public processes or any other tweaks that we want to make at the time during the master plan process. But there is the potential for rebidding that or, you know, additional funding in the future to be able to do that and rebid the project. But at this time, the bids have expired with the project, and currently we don't have we're looking at the master plan process to reevaluate at this time.
Thank you, sir. And anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dow.
Mr. Chairman.
And if I may, Councilman, just real quick before that, if I may, I brought this forward because this is something that's been in the budget for a while. I mean, I know that long before you came in. This thing was probably passed when Scott Payne was District 7 City Councilman. That's a joke, but, you know, really back in the day, so to speak. It's been a while, and this thing just continues to be kicked down the road. I know there's stormwater challenges that have delayed this. Now, my understanding was, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that with the funds you have in there now, if you were to take the stormwater challenges and address those, that wouldn't leave any funds left over for the actual rec or park improvements. Is that correct?
The park improvements, correct. We have a deficit in the park improvements. So in essence, you would be losing the amenities that we have now because of the grading and the elevation change, and you'd have none of those facilities to come back to the site.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and I really sincerely hope, and let me ask you, with the funds that were appropriated in this most recent budget, what additional funds are going to be necessary to make the kind of investment that the community was promised years ago, and then take care of the stormwater needs that were unforeseeable when we passed this?
Well, anytime you bid a project, you have a new number that we would be looking at this point. You know, so to say what it would be until we go through that bidding process, we would not know. What we know with the funding in place now, we don't have the funding in place to do that.
Okay. And I've worked with the administration, yourself obviously, Chief Bennett among others, in trying to make sure that this is fully funded with the information that we now have in this year's budget. Right. This is something that probably, I think 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago, we had our first community meeting on this in terms of what kind of items were going to be included in the rec center improvements, and here we are 3 years later and still nothing. And again, stormwater issues not foreseeable, but when I go and talk to my good friends at Forest Hills out there, it's difficult for them to swallow, so to speak, including then when you talk about the road improvements that we're going to be talking about in a little bit with the road repaving, that has also been delayed. I mean, Forest Hills is just having the worst luck in the world whenever it comes to getting these projects through. So I really hope, Mr. Dial, that in this year's budget, this thing can be fully funded so that the good people of Forest Hills have their improvements. This is a community that is really a working community. It's a middle class, working class, blue collar community where people work hard. They send their kids to the rec center and they want to see those improvements there because that rec center has really, really fallen behind, and I'm hopeful that we can get it funded in this year's budget. Thank you, sir. And Councilman Goods, then Councilman Maniscalco.
I think you answered my question, Mr. Chairman, when you talked about the improvements at Mr. Dow Rivers Direct Center versus the other improvements there. So that's what I was kind of confused on at first. Now I kind of understand where we're at now with that. But, we're talking a lot about these recreational centers. That's a top item this year. So I think in the upcoming year, with this master plan, that we need to make sure that we're putting money aside to upgrade these parks and recreation. It's a big thing. We're upgrading pipes now, and we've got to look at doing something to where we upgrade where people work and play at in the parks. Your slogan is all starts in the park. Well, if it starts in the park, we got to make sure we put the money to the parks. So thank you, sir.
Councilman Scott.
And since you're here, I spoke to the South Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association the other day regarding the docks at Rivercrest. I know that we approved funding in this current budget, Lowry Park and whatnot. But is there a timetable on anything when either they're going to be demolished as they are and starting again, anything at all?
Right. Under the administration's guidance, we are moving forward. That will be happening probably in the next few months. They will be removed. The ones that are unsafe there and the fencing and all of that, we'll be able to remove those. We'll be looking at the funding we have left after a couple of other dock projects to be able to do it this year to start on that project as well, or we'll be putting a request into that next FY21 request to add those back. But we are at least looking to have the safety and the unsightly issue there.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? And, yes, sir.
Just to follow up on what my colleague said, I know you're in the process of doing a plan. Is the budget, and I need to meet with you and ask you a lot more questions about this, but is the budget for parks similar to the road budget, where we should be, ideally we'd be repaving every 25 years, but we're doing it at 75 years? Is it just that we're doing basic maintenance around, or do we have much of a budget, and is it growing, and how do we set the equity priorities across the community for whatever budget?
Well, I think the master plan happening this year is a great opportunity there, because that's going to let us see what the expectations are of the community, and there's a price tag to that. So that's part of what we would have. The budget for the department has increased, more responsibilities, but also what are the expectations, and all that goes into the point of, are we sufficiently funded to do what the will of the city is for the community?
Do you have this is my last piece of question, I'll talk to you later, but similar to Fair Oaks, I think you said we could renovate for $100,000, we could replace for $3 million, maybe something like that, for the community center. If we were to do kind of everything right now before the plan's done, everything that we'd like to do on the existing parks, is there a big number out there?
There is not.
Not yet, okay.
There is not, because, again, we need the community involvement with that, of what those expectations are. So if we did that, we'd be simply doing it ourselves as practitioners, and we want to make sure we have that public involvement of what those expectations are. Some of those might be additional facilities. All of that adds to that cost.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things, Paul, thanks for joining us today. The master plan you and I discussed, I think we have to do an RFP to select a vendor. Where are we in that process?
A recommendation from the committee for the selection committee has moved forward that will be considered by the mayor.
So there's already been an RFP?
Yes, we've already been through the process to where we've done interviews of consulting firms, and that has gone forward for consideration.
So we'll see that here within the next month or so?
I don't have the date for that, but it should be shortly. I know that it's a priority.
Great. I know you had a community meeting. I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend in regard to sort of the pre-master plan. Did we already have those community meetings?
8 of those meetings, actually, 2 per district.
Okay. So how was the turnout, and what sort of feedback did we get?
I believe.
Was it summarized?
Some were very sparse. Some did better than others. I believe between meetings and surveys that were filled out, because we also had the survey online, it was somewhere between 400 and 500 people that have given us their comments today.
That's not bad. Mm-hmm. And finally, impact fee. I don't believe, we've talked about the water and the wastewater impact fee. I don't believe we have a parks impact fee in place in the city. Is that something that, assuming that's true, and I believe it is that something that we've explored as a vehicle to help raise some additional money by the new development that is coming into town. So in
I-
other words,
yeah, I
in other
wouldn't-
words, for the people that are watching who don't understand how this works, we have a great park system in place. We've put a lot of money into the land and the facilities and that sort of thing over the years for folks who are already here. We've been paying for that. But for folks who are moving here, the impact fee would say, well, why don't you contribute a little bit when you buy that condo or when you build that new $600,000 house, contribute a little bit to our park system to help us build that next building or what have you. So where are we on that, and has that been a subject of discussion?
Right, I have not been in discussions, and I would defer to the administration on that issue, to the chief of staff, and let him speak to that.
Okay, so you haven't heard it come up in your...
I have not been part of conversations
in
on
your
that.
world? All right. So we probably need to look at that, and I'll save that motion till the end.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and bringing us back to the topic that you were here for, the Forest Hills issue.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to see that there's a master plan, obviously, for future projects, but the way that I see this Forest Hills Rec Center, this isn't part of the master plan. This is something that was passed, I think, 2 years before I got on board, 1 or 2 years before I got on board. This thing, politically speaking, is ancient history. You know, when I saw this project being put on the administration's District 7 projects, for last year's budget, I told Chief Bennett, this is kind of regifting. This thing was passed a while ago, and this thing should have, ground should have been already broken on this a while ago. And again, I understand the stormwater challenges there. Those things were unforeseeable, et cetera. But again, I really hope that we can get the funds together so that this community gets the rec center improvements that has been promised. That it already paid its taxes for years ago, and I really hope that that can happen. And I thank you for your hard work, Mr. Dial.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and for number 67, you were going to do a continuance, sir?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Look at February 20th, 2020 to continue that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Good, second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, next is, I believe 70... Yep, 68. Okay, and do we have a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to, by Councilman Scacco, second by Councilman Citro. Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Duncan's here. I know they provided a written report, but maybe she could give us the highlights, since that's such an important and sometimes controversial area.
And you talking about the stormwater report?
Correct.
Yes, I don't have the actual report with me, but I can tell you that the 5, what we call the big yellow dots, when we had the great support of the council a few years ago to pass the stormwater capital assessment, all of those have some level of activity going on, which is outlined in the report. One of the ones that was our biggest ever design-build project, the Upper Peninsula project, is under construction. There's a specific page on our website that gives lots of details and updates about that particular project. I apologize, Gene Duncan, Transportation and Stormwater Services. The Cypress Street Elfall project, one of the other quote-unquote big yellow dots, another major design-build project, $30 million more or less, is also active, and there's specific information about that that's available. So we're pleased that all of those big projects are underway. We also have what we call the little yellow dots, which is the smaller capital projects, and the report gives lots of detail of the listing of those, the status, and I'm happy to get with you, any of you one-on-one if you want a better summary of your particular district or any particular projects that you're interested in, to kind of drill down into the report and give some more detail. But we're really pleased with the progress we've made with our program so far. And I want to just tell you, it's it's not just the stormwater division. We've got the legal department, the budget department, the public works administrator. We've got lots of people making sure that this incredibly large stormwater program is staying on time, on budget, because we did issue our very first green bond associated with this project, which means we are responsible and obligated to include green infrastructure in our projects, which has been a great opportunity to add more environmental sensitivity and water quality to the project. So all hands are on deck with your city staff to make sure that this big, important stormwater effort is, kept on schedule, and we're dotting all of our i's for all the projects. We've had great success with the public engagement aspect of things, so to serve a quick Reader's Digest on the report that we submit to you every quarter.
Just as a follow-up, thank you, Gene, and we appreciate both your written and personal report and all your hard work. Speaking of your hard work, I wanted to give you a personal shout-out. What's the lady's name that award we're giving you?
The Josephine Stafford.
Josephine Stafford.
Yes,
yeah.
thank you very much.
Ms. Stafford was a lifetime employee of the city. I think she was in the city attorney's office, one of the first women attorneys in the city. And she left a great legacy. And every year we award to a female employee the Joe Stafford Award. And this coming year, you got it. So we're so proud of you and your hard work over the years and your leadership, and we look forward to attending. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm very humbled by the award, and there's so many great women in the city. It's just amazing that I feel very honored that I was selected, because there's a lot of competition out there, so to speak, of great women that you have working for you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
We had a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Citra to accept the report. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Next, we go to 69, which I believe is a written report. A peer.
It was a written report and a peer, and I want to apologize for the report that you got. It was a little skimpy. It was done actually with a little bit of a rush to meet a deadline. I did do an updated version. If you'd like, I can hand that to you. I know you don't like to get things handed at the last minute, but it's similar to what you have.
That's fine.
And just quickly, just adding a little more detail to the questions that were asked about a couple projects, one being North Boulevard and Country Club area. We had a project scheduled in the area. We actually broke it into two pieces to try to bring some efficiency to that corridor area, and I put some more detail in this little report of where we are with that. We've taken the Country Club component. We're working on a redesign of the roundabout at the intersection of Country Club and North Boulevard to make it safer and more up to current standards. Add some traffic calming to the intersection and safety. And we will be taking that project out separately. That project for the roundabout, the resurfacing, and North Boulevard resurfacing is all funded in our budget for $1 million. But we've decided to take the North Boulevard component out. If I could just sort of hold this up visually for a second, just to give you an idea. We have a really good concept developed for the North Boulevard project. I can just kind of stick a little bit of this on the Elmo for the public, just to kind of give you a sense of the work that's gone into this already.
Probably back it out on the Zoom.
Oh, not sure if I'm too good at that, but we'll just leave that for now. But just to give you a sense, we've done a lot of work on this corridor, and we're going to be incorporating this particular leg of the project in with our pipes work that's going on. We'll be adding sidewalks, obviously resurfacing the road, adding traffic calming. We anticipate to probably add at least 9 flashing beacon intersections to this corridor. So a lot of that will occur under the pipes project. As I said, under the Country Club portion, we're going to resurface Country Club this year with our in-house team, and we're going to be progressing the design of the roundabout. Right now, we're looking at fiscal year 2021, which means possibly October of this year. But if we can accelerate the design, we'll accelerate the construction as well. So a little more detail on that, and I apologize it wasn't in your original report.
That's fine. And may I have a copy of that sent
Yes.
to my office to Brandon?
Certainly, I can email this to all the council members if you like.
I appreciate it.
Yes, and this is a work in progress, so anytime you want to get more updated on the particulars,
Yeah.
please let me know. I'll be happy to
Now,
do that.
there were also, was it stormwater or pipes challenges that slowed this down? Because I think this was supposed to be done, I think a year ago, correct?
Yes. Part of the reason for the delay was to, again, go out there one time. And we're trying to do that with all of our work. Brad Bear's really good about making sure that that's the MO, the philosophy. We've always had that philosophy, but it's really even more important with all the work we have coming in, all the dollars we have coming in. We've got to be very, specific about that now more than ever. So we are going to incorporate that with the utility work of water and wastewater, and then go out one time in the very near future and get all that work done, and then we can not have to go back and sort of, patchwork quilt, keep working on things at different times.
So this country club project, when is it expected to have a groundbreaking on it, so to speak?
The country club?
Yes.
Like I said, we have our operations team planning to reschedule it. I don't have a specific month on that, but I can certainly get that for you.
I mean, is it expected this year, I
Yes,
assume?
this year.
Okay. And then North Boulevard, so you're right now doing a design for North Boulevard.
We're doing a design for the roundabout at the intersection. The North Boulevard corridor, we have an RFP out for 4 big areas within the city, including Forest Hills. So this work will be included in that big RFP that's been put out on the street. So I don't have any specific dates yet for this particular road because there's so many, but that's a work in progress, and we should be able to get more information once we select our contractor and get things underway with the consultant and the contractor.
And when is the contractor going to be selected, roughly? I mean, when?
Let's see if Brad might know. Oh, he's right here.
But on
the neighborhoods.
project, so. Brad Bear, Public Works Administrator. I'm sorry, I was working on the presentation coming up. But the neighborhood program, the first neighborhood project that's coming out, we will be doing those selections on February 21st.
Okay. And this would include repaving of North, correct?
It would, repaving is part of each of those 4 neighborhoods. And just as a reminder, the 4 neighborhoods are Forest Hills, McFarland Park, East Tampa, and Virginia Park.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank
you're
you
welcome.
guys very
Thank
much.
you, Brad.
Councilman Goods.
Morning, Gene.
Good morning.
And again, congratulations on your award.
Thank you, sir.
I've got several complaints, and I've driven out there myself, and I've looked at the roads out there. I don't know if
Okay.
your staff has driven out there and looked at those roads, but when you go on those roads, you can see the old surface at the bottom where the dirt is. I mean, they're very, very bad. And I've got the Allen Temple Church calling me constantly about those roads in that area. I know that the East Tampa CRA at times have put money towards road improvements. Now, I believe that area there is part of the Ybor CRA, I believe, in that area.
Forest Hills?
No,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the Nebraska, East
Oh, the
Tenth
Nebraska,
Avenue,
I'm sorry. I
Avenue.
didn't- Okay, yes. I would have to check the boundary on that. I don't know right off the top of my head.
We
But
need to check the
I
boundary
agree
on
with
that.
you that we do use CRA monies from time to time, so we can certainly check that.
We need to check the boundary on that also, but I'm hoping that your staff or somebody will go out there and actually look at this road, because to me, it's some hazardous conditions, and I don't
Yeah.
know when the last time, or you may not have the information right now, when the last time we even paved that little area there, but it's very, very bad. So we need to look into when was last paved, also if it is in a CRA designated zone, and I know you partner with the East Tampa in reference to those roads. And again, I'm getting a lot of heat from those residents saying that no one has ever come through there in multitude of years. So if that's the case, we need to find a way to get some kind of project working on there. And you can just come back and give me an update, be a written report, but give me an update on that.
Oh, certainly will. One other thing I'd like to point out at the bottom of this report, the last bullet, is we are updating what we call our pavement condition index, which is basically the condition of the pavement in terms of the base, the asphalt, the cracks, the age, all of those components, and updating our prioritization list, because we do try to address the worst first is in terms of priorities. I would imagine this is probably in that category, but that will give us a better sort of technical basis for why we're doing some roads now and not some roads But that's ongoing in parallel to your request that you've made, and I'll certainly get back to you on these particular streets.
And I know you got to, you're gonna do this assessment, but if you could have one of your staff go out there
Mhm.
and really examine it, because I'm telling you, it's very, very bad.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else on this item? Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Next, we move, and by the way, before, I see Mr. Dial still here. I don't know if he's waiting on 74. There was a request to continue, and that was, oh, that's me. Okay. I'll pass the gavel if I may and do a continuance. 74 to the first council in April. That's
All right, we have a motion from Chairman Vieira with a second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we move to item number 70, where there is a request to continue, and that's already been done. And then 71.
Did we do 70?
No action was taken on 70, I don't believe.
I'll move to continue April 2nd unless there's objection.
Motion by Councilman Dingfelder, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 71.
Yes, good morning, council. Again, Jean Duncan, Transportation and Stormwater Services. I have a very brief one-page summary for you. This got put on the agenda last Thursday, so apologize that you're just now getting this, but it's brief and I think it'll answer your questions.
For those who don't have the agenda, why don't you tell us what this
Yes.
is?
So the motion basically was to bring information regarding the removal of laurel oak trees in connection with the repaving of DeSoto Street in the Hyde Park neighborhood. So the City of Tampa Transportation Stormwater Services Department, we have a resurfacing project. I'll put this on the Elmo, and I don't know if anyone can assist me with Zoom on this thing. Oh.
Steve, help her out.
Help her.
Help her.
Oh, that wheel. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You want in or out?
Out a little bit more.
That's good.
Don't keep moving it now.
That's good. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. So this area that's in yellow is the area that we are resurfacing the mostly residential streets in this area, including the intersection of Mississippi, DeSoto, and Howard, which, by the way, Steve Michelini was very helpful with us in getting an easement that we needed to modify that intersection and make it much safer and calm the traffic. So in this particular area, you can imagine there's thousands of trees. We looked at the trees along the roadway corridors of the roads we're resurfacing, which is mainly the yellow dots that you see on the map. So as part of our usual process, we evaluated all of those trees. And as I'm sure many of you are familiar, we love our oak trees in the right-of-way, but they often create issues with the road surface, the road condition, the drainage, the sidewalks. And after so many years, they become old and need to be removed, and they also create problems for the infrastructure. So out of the 193 trees that were along the project corridor of the roads we're resurfacing, we had 13 that, in working with our planning and development folks, Kathy Beck and the natural resources folks, and with our arborist, our certified city arborist, we determined that 13 trees would need to be removed within this project area. And so I've listed where those trees are in the second bullet, what kind of trees they are, and the streets that they are on, just to kind of give you a sense that they're not all on one street and they're not all laurel oak trees. There's a mix. So we're currently trimming some of those branches and in the process of removing those trees as we work our way through the neighborhood on the various streets. And we're going to continue to stay in close contact with the natural resources staff as well as our contractor. This contract's being managed by our contract administration department, and they're doing a very excellent job of making sure that the arborists and the contractor, who is Ajax, are following our plans and not going off the reservation, so to speak, with any tree decisions or removals that aren't already approved. So if I have any questions on that, I'm happy to take those questions.
Any questions, Councilman Carlson?
So I think we're not allowed to talk to each other about it, but I think we both got a bunch of, at least the two of us got a bunch of calls about this. My sense was that neighbors felt like they were blindsided, that they didn't know about it. What kind of conversations did you all have with the
Yes.
neighborhood associations or individual neighbors? And the biggest question, is there any chance to save any of them? I can't tell by the dots which ones are being torn out, but I think the people in DeSoto feel like, in particular, their little area is being more impacted than other areas.
Yes, it's a great question. We actually, the intersection component of this project, DeSoto, Mississippi, and Howard, this project started out with just that intersection, and as time went on, we determined, because of, again, road conditions, we need to resurface this whole area. We worked on that particular intersection project for probably 5 years, trying and working with the neighborhood group to land on the concept that was acceptable to everyone, and then, of course, getting an easement. So as part of that, we decided to roll that intersection project in with the neighborhood resurfacing, and we had extensive public engagement with the neighborhood association. This particular document I just put on the Elmo is the public meeting that we had some months ago that's online on our website, where we went through exactly our information about which trees were going to be impacted, and that was all communicated not only in the public meeting, but through the neighborhood association leadership. When the project got underway, our contract administration folks went out and had conversations with the residents about the tree removal, which they could give you more detail on that if you're interested, but we feel like we did as much extensive outreach, and anytime we do a transportation project, no matter how much communication outreach, we always do feel that there are some people that feel like they didn't know about it. And it's something that is a challenge and something that we're working on, of how do we touch everyone with this information. You know, nowadays we use social media and Facebook, Twitter, besides the old-fashioned website and public meetings, but we do feel that we made every effort to make sure the leadership of the neighborhood association was aware, that all the residents were aware, and we regret that people do feel blindsided when these things happen, and we commit to keep working on doing better with that, whatever changes we can make to reach everyone beforehand.
Sorry, I had two questions that I smashed together, but the biggest question is: are there any of the trees that we can save, or do we must we take out all of them?
Again, between the certified arborist and our natural resources staff, they're indicating that these particular trees, again, they're not all laurel oaks, either through their health in terms of whether they're dying or already dead, or safety reasons, have to be removed. Out of the 193 that line the roads of the neighborhood streets. So they could speak more in detail of why they absolutely have to go, but that's where we are right now, and that's in our construction plans for that to happen.
All right. Councilman Dinko.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson, you done? Ms. Duncan, thanks for this report. Sorry to go a little crazy last week, but we were getting calls on this.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just don't hear about it, and then they start seeing the city taking down its own trees, and that causes alarm. So, but this is a good report. The 13 out of 193 is less than 10%. That's not so bad. Unless all the trees are in front of your own house, and
Right.
then it becomes a little dramatic. But my specific question is, when I first heard about this, the person who talked to me the most said that when she talked to the contractor said that this tree is digging up the street with its roots,
Mm-hmm.
which is not what you've listed here in terms of the removal. It says the removal was warranted based upon safety and health of the tree.
Right.
Listen, I mean, I know, I went out there the next day, or that evening actually, and saw that, you know, some of the laurel oaks, either because of Tico trimming or because they've just gotten old, and laurel oaks do have a 40, 50-year lifespan, you know, start dying, and that's okay. we can't help that. But I guess my question is are there trees where the roots were causing impact, and that's why those trees were coming out? And if that's the case, isn't there root pruning and that sort of thing that can or should be done instead?
Yes, it's a great question, and again, I refer you to the Elmo. This information, again, was presented to the public when we had our public meeting, discussed with the Homeowners Association, and it's on our website. So our staff actually came up with this method of construction around trees, which we call the CARE method. And it's a more finessed, delicate approach to tree pruning than we've ever used in the past, which is our effort to try to minimize just going in and starting whacking with a chainsaw or something. And when I say health or safety, the safety aspect is if we don't remove the tree and it's not possible to finesse the roots any more than we've already identified through the arborist, the tree is going to have to go in order for the safety of building that road properly so we don't have folks driving around big root humps and hitting another car or damaging their own vehicle or whatever things happen when root intrusion comes along. So we are doing as best that we can, and we've discussed this method with our natural resources folks who are very pleased that we're taking a more gentle approach with the trees. But the reality is sometimes we have to take some out in order to make the either sidewalk, bicycle lane, or road safer and for the drainage to work properly on the roadway. And we regret when we have to do that. We try to communicate that the best we can, but there's really not any avoiding it in some situations.
The eight trees that are at the bottom of that slide, it says the city has limited
Yeah.
removal to 8 trees.
So,
And where do those 8 trees fit
So-
on this page?
yeah, I didn't mean to confuse this with this example. When we originally had the evaluation, it was 8, and then when we went out with the arborist and the natural resources, we had 5 more that we thought we could leave with the CARE method, and we were not able to. But there are many others that we were able to leave with the CARE method that aren't being removed, which are not on your report, because of course those are ones that are staying. So the total is 13.
So that's sort of a preliminary thing, the 8, this 8?
Yes, yes.
All right, and just like you said a little while ago, can you email the rest of council, all of council, this
Yes.
document so we can share it with anybody
Yes.
that we hear from, as well as this one pager? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Citro, you have any more?
No, I'm waiting for number 72.
All right. Back to
Thank you very much. We move to 72.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Duncan, I thank you for being here. I was at a neighborhood association meeting south of Gandy South Bay, and on one hand, they were so elated because Oklahoma, from Dale Mabry to Manhattan, has been repaved. On the other hand, because there were no more potholes, speeders were speeding from Dale Mabry to Manhattan. And I was inquiring when the speed humps and speed limit signs were going to be replaced. I was wise enough to contact your office, and I found out that in 4 days, on the 27th, these things will be starting to be replaced. Ms. Duncan, thank you for being here today. I will send on this information to all those people at the Homeowners Association. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. I do have more detailed information if you'd like it.
Sure.
For everyone, of course. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And I'll be very brief since you did get your information. But just to let you know, yes, the speed tables on Oklahoma, and there's a couple other streets listed on this one-page summary that will be or are taken out as part of the resurfacing. And those will be put back, like I mentioned, the Oklahoma ones are going to be put back by the end of next week, starting Monday. The same will occur with the other speed tables that are removed. They'll be put back as quickly as possible. The speed limit signs, we went out and checked, and those remain as where they're supposed to be, and there's not any, they were not taken out, so I'm not sure if someone felt differently, but if that's the case, they can contact us and we'll discuss their concern about that with them. So, and then the attached documents are just showing what we've completed so far in this neighborhood. and what remains to be completed to finish out the resurfacing of this Sun Bay South area.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next we'll move to item 73. We'll have Mr. Shelby do that later on towards the end. 74. 75 is a written report. Does anyone have any questions on that? Has everyone had a chance to review that? Yes, sir. Any questions or comments? You know, I'll say, if I may, on 75, that the reason I did this is does anybody here ever post on Nextdoor? No. Anybody? Am I the only one?
You're the only one. I used to until I came on the council, and then Mr. Shelby advised there might be some sunshine concerns.
Yeah, you create public records so long as you don't delete them.
But I guess my concern, Mr. Shelby, maybe you want to chime
door,
in,
Marty?
is if I happen to be talking to, let's say, South Tampa people on Nextdoor, and Mr. Carlson happens to be reading it, and somehow there's not an intentional, but an unintentional communication between them, I think that might be a concern.
Nextdoor under Florida law is not a public forum. You have to be a member, and you have to have computer access. So under the Sunshine Law, Nextdoor does not comply in any fashion to the Sunshine Law. So therefore, if you communicate your position with city business, it's one thing to notify of community events. It's another thing to notify people of meetings that may be forthcoming and the like. But when it comes to communicating a position that is something that will be about something that could foreseeably come before City Council to a vote, it raises a question of whether it does violate the Sunshine Law. Is there a specific case on point about Nextdoor? Not to my knowledge, but I don't think Tampa wants to be the first venue to have one, because because an unintentional violation of the Sunshine Law, it still has sanctions attached to it, and the most important sanction for the regard for the city of Tampa is that a violation of an action in violation of the Sunshine Law has the effect of making whatever action City Council ultimately took, whatever official action, to make that ordinance or action void ab initio from the outset. So it undermines it. So there's a great risk with communicating positions on bulletin boards that are not open to the public under Florida law.
Would that apply as well to, let's say, Facebook?
Absolutely.
That's what I thought. And my big issue is not to have debates or discussions or anything of that nature, but to make communities aware of issues. Perfect example, a couple of days ago I had a constituent talk to me about extraordinarily high water bills in the Arbor Green community in New Tampa, so I went on Nextdoor. I did a post because I'd found 5 or 6 individuals from Arbor Green who are seeing their bills go up from $80 to $300, and it's something slightly unique to that community. So I did a post on it in Nextdoor. I can post on there because I live in Hunters Green, which is next to Arbor Green. But the issue is, what if I want to communicate to folks from Forest Hills or from Terrace Park or from Tampa Palms where I don't live, etc. And my Nextdoor doesn't reach Tampa Palms. I do think that something should be available to those members that want that, and not just going through the city so that you can have a voice out to your constituents. I think the more contact that you have that doesn't expose us to lawsuits and all kinds of different legal issues is a good thing. So I see here the report, and it appears to say that the city will continue to communicate through the own city's means. That's fine, but I still think that council members who want their own Nextdoor should have it through city council, not through the means of the city of Tampa proper, through city council, because we're talking to our constituent, and then the duty is upon us to comply with Florida law.
Thank you. And if I can, Mr. Chairman, I think your point is well taken and abundantly clear. I will be meeting with the city attorney today, and that's one of the issues that I intend to bring up when I do meet. I should point out a couple of things. Number one is the problem with Nextdoor is when people have the ability to post something that demand a response from a city council member.
Yeah.
See, now what happens is you may think that you're responding to a constituent, but if other members of city council are on that board about something foreseeable that could come before you, you are actually in a position where you're communicating a position that is not open to the general public.
Yeah.
So I would caution you against you could always give them, please contact me at my city office, contact me at my city email address, and the like, but to not communicate, to respond. If you're on Nextdoor and you're in a building, even on Facebook, and we can have a workshop or a special discussion meeting down the road, I don't want to take any time, but it's very important that, that if you have something, for instance, a Facebook page that allows people to respond, how you respond can, if you respond back to them, can affect the Sunshine Law, and how you react to them can affect their First Amendment rights.
Sure.
Federal law.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we have to be very cautious of that. So I just want to bring that to council's attention, but I will, Mr. Chairman, report back to you personally as a result of this, because I think it's something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Councilman Goods.
Mr. Chairman, on the flip side, just a little bit, council has noticed, when you talk about communication, and since you're going to meet with city attorney today, when there are incidents that occur in this city, major incidents, council is not aware of it. I had major fires in my district. I didn't know about it till the morning. No notification, a couple of shootings. We had last week, council was in session, and we thought we had an active shooter at one of the high schools, and council was hearing that on Facebook, and we had no notification from city staff. Finally, I called the mayor of District 3 and asked, did we have an active shooter? He said, no, there was just gunfire in the area by the school. You know, we had constituents calling, asking questions, and I just think that when there are incidents in the city, that's city council, because it is our district, we should be notified of major incidents that go on within the city. We don't need to know the investigatorial nature of it, but at least to know something has happened. And I think that if we could bring that up to the administration, that somehow, I know there are systems in place now that staff is alerted and notified of incidents that happen. I think council needs to be alerted as well. So if you can look into that for us as well.
Thank you, I will, sir.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, Marty, I think the summary of what you're saying is we're perfectly entitled to set up accounts on any platform as long as we follow the rules. So, I mean, there's a lot of things we can't do, but there are things we can do. Like there's an event coming up, I think April 23rd on Bayshore. We're perfectly entitled to post that wherever to say, come to this event. We just can't post an opinion about it. Can you just, it would be helpful for us and for aides, I think, if you just gave us a 1 or 2 sheet with a qualifier that it's not comprehensive, but just say, here are do's and don'ts on what you can do and what you can't do.
It's a good suggestion.
And that's a wise suggestion, because you don't want to learn what you can and can't do in response to a public records request. Am I right? Yeah. So you don't want that. So thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Shelby, for that.
Thank you. Was that received and filed, sir? Was there a motion to receive and file?
Yes. May I have a motion to receive and file?
So
that
moved.
report? A motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next. 76, Mr. Baird.
Good morning, City Council and Chairman. Brad Baird, Public Works Administrator. If I could get the folks in the back to pull up the PowerPoint presentation. Here before you today to give you an update on the McKay Bay Refuse to Energy Facility transition from private, currently being operated by Wheelabrator, and to city operations or public operations. This would be only the second one that has made this transition in the United States, at least of this size. So it's pretty exciting times for us, and we've been working hard, several departments, as you'll see in this presentation, and solid waste staff in particular. So first, if I could go to the next slide and go through a history quickly. The department was formed in 1927, so approaching 100 years old. It was called the Sanitation Department back in those days. 1967, the incinerator was built for disposal of our garbage. It did not produce electricity back in those days. But fast forward to 1979, the incinerator was closed because it could not meet air regulations that were put in place, federal regulations that were put in place by EPA. So we went down the road to plan, design, and build a refuse energy facility and to produce electricity. And we began operations in 1985, and Waste Management operated the plant until about 1999, when Wheelabrator took over, during the same time that we had a retrofit of that facility to put in additional air pollution equipment to the tune of $80 million. And then they operated the facility and are currently operating the facility. But however, in 2014, they were sold to ECP, or Energy Capital Partners, and then again in 2019, last year, to Macquarie Investment Management. So at that point, we started looking at options, in terms of operation. But just to give you an overview before I get into those three options, we looked at the current facility commitments and conditions we have in the contract now, and these bullets that you see, I think I've got the right slide up there, where we have a CPI, or Consumer Price Index, increase annually of 3%. Bond payments are $14 million approximately, and end in 2021. We have an annual minimum guarantee that we have to process through that plan of 260,000 tons. But currently the facility is operating at capacity at about 310,000 tons. Aging equipment is an issue out there. I think I went through some of that last time when I was in front of council. But in particular, on the picture on the right, you can see shown in red, we have the cooling tower, the stack, the turbine island, and the ash processing building are all approaching or at or beyond their useful life. We have experienced over the last 5 years in particular increased downtime, equipment downtime, and maintenance due to the aging equipment. And then we have the operating company, or Wheelabrator, has limited abilities and are not required, frankly, by contract for large capital investments in the plant. They do invest in some heavy maintenance, but probably not enough for a facility of this age. So we started down the road of looking at what our options, what were our primary options. We actually looked at more than three, but the primary three were to rebid the existing agreement. And that has some pros and cons you can see on the slide. But the primary con is that there's only two companies out there that operate waste energy plants, Wheelabrator and Covanta. So that limited competition would likely result in higher fees. We could decommission the facility and divert to a landfill. I don't think that's an environmentally sensitive or proper approach to our disposal. And then our third option was to terminate the existing agreement and transition to operating with city staff, where we would have more control of operations, a lot more flexibility in what we could do with the capital improvements. Now, we would not be able to, or we would need to invest over time in those capital improvements, so we may have to, be flexible with that plan moving forward. And then, of course, we assume all risk at the facility. The city does. But probably the biggest, when we would have savings in the operations. That first bullet you see at the bottom under option 3, and those savings could be directly reinvested in that plant. So that was the biggest plus. But gaining control of that project planning and the implementation schedule is important, and then we would receive all the electrical energy revenues. Currently, we have to pay per contract 10% of that to Wheelabrator. And so it was, at that point, it's basically a good business decision to move in this direction. And I'll get into the schedule toward the end of the presentation. So the transition plan was developed and initiated September of last year. We finished it. We had been working on that plan for about 1.5 years. The transition completion currently with our arrangement with Wheelabrator has a drop dead date of June 3rd. That may be adjusted back to end of May or June 1st because of some other issues that have come up with insurance and transfer and making sure those employees have insurance coverage during this transition period. And that takes me right into our critical partnerships, which those 4 departments have been working with us through this transition development and continue to work with us in working groups that we hold on a regular basis to resolve those issues. The key challenges, first we had to create 50 new city positions in the solid waste department and 1 or 2 in some of those support departments. For instance, the purchasing or procurement specialist will reside with the purchasing department, but will be embedded out at the plant, much like we do in some of the other departments. Hiring the employees, we have started that process. The hiring process started last week with the plant manager. Recruiting qualified candidates, it's a very limited industry. There are not hundreds and hundreds of plants like water and wastewater plants throughout the country. It's, I believe the total is less than 50 plants. So it's much more limited pool. Then obtaining that transition budget approval, which is the next action that we will ask of City Council. That will come before you in one of the regular meetings next month. So we've been working on that as well. Procurement of the facility goods and services, of course, and so we're working with the purchasing department on all those contracts, and which ones are assignable, which ones are not, and trying to develop a scope of work and which ones we would need to do in the interim on an emergency or a single source basis. And incorporating the waste energy business practices into city culture, and I'll give you an example. The waste energy business all works on 12-hour shifts. Every single plant in the U.S. Works on that basis. We do that in a very limited basis here in the city. So we have 8-hour shifts at water and wastewater plant, with the exception of wastewater on the weekend. So there are different business practices in this industry that we will need to incorporate into the city culture. About every 7 years, we have to, a waste energy plant needs to do an overhaul of the turbine generator. We have to go through an outage period where we cannot produce electricity in the plant. We can process waste, but we cannot produce electricity without the generator. That's coming up. And then, of course, the negotiations with Wheelabrator, they're ongoing. Our next session is next week. It's 2 days long, 2 full days. And then finally, developing a new employee training program is paramount to success. I realize you won't be able to read the organizational chart there. That is the 50 employees with the director, Mark Wilfock, at the top there. If I have a cursor here? No, I don't. And then the second one down is the waste energy plant manager. The salary of that manager and responsibilities will be in line with the water and wastewater plant managers. So now we will have 3 plants that we operate and maintain in the city of Tampa. The positions shown in brown are operations positions on the right-hand side, and then the ones on the left shown in blue are maintenance positions. And the operations, the plant will be operated with 4 shifts. And it will be operated 24/7, 365.
If I may inquire for purposes of time, how much longer are you having your presentation?
This is the second to last slide.
Okay, thank you.
The next slide's a question slide. So real quickly, I've gone through some of the items on the timeline, but I'd like to point out we started interviews this month. As I said, the plant budget will come before you next month. We will be in negotiations from now through, and actually we started late last year, but now through June, and we'll take over operations end of May, beginning of June. And that wraps up my presentation. I'll open it up for questions.
Any questions? Councilman Dingfelder? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. Mark and your team for all your hard work. I see it's a big team effort across the whole city. We appreciate it. Let's speed date through some of these questions. Ultimately, and I remember when you first brought this to us, you said we're going to try and keep as many of those employees as possible. How's that shaking out, and what do we project in terms of that? Because that will make for a smoother transition, I would assume.
Yeah, good question. Thank you for asking that. Spokane, when they went through it, they were able to keep all but 3. We're hoping to be as successful as they were. We met with them first thing when we announced this and put them on notice last October. We met with all the employees. Mark and I did personally. And the indications we're getting are they're excited. They want to come on board with the city. So we're hoping to bring almost all of them, if not all of them, on board.
Hand in hand with that, originally I'd heard that they would be included in the ATU union. Is that where we're headed with this?
That is correct.
Except, I guess, the most senior management or something like that? Or?
That is correct.
Okay. And then in an ideal world, when the plant is operating to its fullest capacity, what percentage of our waste stream would run through the plant? Is it 100%?
Yeah, 100% ideally. Now, sometimes you will have issues, with.
We probably don't burn tires or
you can have various issues where you have to divert. Right. And right now, when we have to divert to a landfill, of course, there's a penalty to Wheelabrator. Our goal will be to get this facility back up to where it was 20 years ago and handle 100% of our waste.
Yeah, and that led to my next question: is the facilities to the right in red? I guess Mark was out there painting those buildings red. But yeah, how long? I mean, you said they've reached their end of their useful life, but we're not knocking down smokestacks or anything. We just have to rebuild them.
Yeah, rebuild them. The cooling tower would be the exception there. We would have to build a new cooling tower.
Is that the tallest one?
That was the one in the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then
the tallest one was the stack.
That's the stack. But we don't have to be down when we do that. We just use the old one until we shift over to the new one?
That's correct.
Okay, good. And then how much electricity, dollar-wise, does this thing generate for the community?
I believe.
And then hand in hand with that question.
$9 million a year.
Great. And then hand in hand with that question, I've heard some grumbling from the environmental community that this, burning isn't the greatest thing in terms of, green. energy and, our global warming issues and that sort of thing. But then again, landfills aren't the greatest thing for other environmental concerns. So how do we balance the two?
Well, I will tell you, it's called a Title V permit, is our air permit, very strict emission standards. And we comply with those standards and are diligent about complying and will continue to be.
Don't get me wrong, I don't have any doubt that we comply with EPA standards
and they're very low.
And state standards, but there's still carbon emissions that you can't get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the nature of burning.
Mm-hmm.
Have we evaluated what is our carbon output there and how that relates to landfills and that sort of thing, or is that, what have we done on that?
I don't know that we've done a specific evaluation of what, the carbon emissions are. We would be able to calculate that, and we know that. Our engineer of record, I'm sure, could provide that information.
I think the next time you come in with a report, I'd like to talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
And the fact that you actually have more children than any of us, you should be more concerned, Brad. So.
Thank you for pointing that out.
All right, last question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What does self-wheeling mean? You had it on one of your charts.
Yeah, so that would mean that the electricity we produce, we would be able to use to power our facilities, or possibly send down to the wastewater plant to use there. So, in other words, produce electricity and use it within the city.
So under TICO and the Public Service Commission rules, we are allowed to do that sort of thing?
It gets tricky, and we would have to get approvals to do that, and we do not sell to TICO in this case. We sell to Seminole Electric.
I don't even know who that is, but okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, item 77, it appears to be just transmission for approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we move.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
Going back to 75, I read the Marketing Communication Director's report on that issue, the issue I think you brought up. Mm-hmm. And I think, what I heard was, we will be the center of communications for the city and go through us, which is all, it's sort of all fine and good. I'm just wondering at some point in time, if council, especially perhaps on CRA issues, as well as some other issues, might want to start talking about how we communicate. Because sometimes our communication might be slightly different than the administration's communication. Yep. So nothing to deal with today, but I wanted to perhaps reinforce a little bit of where you were going.
Oh, yeah, and Councilman Goods. I agree with that.
And, Mr. Chairman, I brought that up several times to Ms. Bowman, and I told the Chief of Staff about our website. I think it doesn't help council at all. It's more focused on the administration. I think it needs to be updated to where people can communicate with us, because they're not really able to. So I'm hoping in the future that we can get some communication going on in reference to what we have going on for council.
Yes, sir, and I agree with Councilman Dingfelder in that I read that memo, and it seems to have more of an administration-centric position on that in terms of the narrative of speaking. And the administration speaks for the administration, but each council member speaks for that office. We are duly elected members of council, and I did this not for purposes of overreach, but for purposes of merely letting us have used this effective tool, if used properly and legally, to communicate with the public. And I think that something should be set up for members, and also to avoid the entanglements where, for example, and you could have a lot of confusion there with citywides then going into a district, et cetera. I understand that, but I do think that some movement should be made towards council members being able to communicate, at the very least within their own districts, to different neighborhoods, to allow that voice to be heard into those neighborhoods for next door. I think that's common sense, and I know, Mr. Shelby, you were going to be discussing that further, sir.
Yes, and if I can just follow up on that, case law and legal lawsuits are evolving on this, and there's actually a relatively recent lawsuit where the city has been found to be liable as a city for an individual council member or not complying with the public records law on a platform that is not controlled by the city. So in that sense, there should be a desire on the city to be able to technologically provide for that to protect the city from liability.
Yeah, in a decentralized method by which we don't have to necessarily go through the city, but just that through Nextdoor as the duly elected representatives of those neighborhoods, where we can effectively communicate with our constituents through that, not officially through the city. Though again, if I commit a quote-unquote tort, it goes with the city. I fully understand that, but we won't be doing that. So, thank you very much. Okay, now we go to have items 52, or strike that. I'm sorry. Have items 52 to 56 been scheduled yet? Because okay, thank you, Councilman Maniscalco. So now we go to public hearings. If anyone is here to testify here today or speak on a public hearing, please stand if you're able to do so. Raise your right hand and prepare to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Mr. Chairman, if I could make a motion to open items 57 through 62.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Escaco, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Let's begin with 57. And by the way, before you, while you come up here, we are approaching the lunch hour. I am personally fine with, on my own basis, going through what is council's pleasure, staff.
To 12:30.
Let's do it.
All right, move 12:30.
Any second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, I believe first, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Barbara Lynch, Land Development Coordination. VAC 2003 is a request to vacate an alley in Riverside Heights. I have a map for the Elmo. Petitioner's property is in red, and the alley to be vacated is in yellow. It is north of Virginia Avenue, south of Orion, and runs between, Oakdale and Ridge Avenue. This is a little better picture of how it was platted. The alley's here. The petitioner's property is in gray, and there's two other owners. I did receive today a letter from the owner at, I think it's 1001 Virginia, which is at this location here, in support of the vacating. And I know the owner to the north was going to come, but something happened. He didn't make it today. He was in support of it. I saw the text messages from my applicants. This is the alley looking west from Oakdale Avenue. This is the alley looking east from Ridge Avenue. It's unimproved. It does have a sewer line and Tico, Spectrum, and Frontier. This is a petitioner's property looking northeast from Virginia and Ridge. And this is a petitioner's property looking east from Ridge Avenue. This is the alley that's on the other side of Oakdale. It's still open. Staff has no objections to this request, and they do need easements for the utilities that I mentioned. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from council members? Councilman Dingfeld. Thank you.
So, can you put up the, sort of the plat map looking thing?
Yes.
Okay, so as we continue to the east through there,
Yeah.
what's that alley about?
That alley is open. That's this picture here.
And that alley is opened and used?
Yes.
And then we come across the street, whatever the street that.
Oakdale.
I'm sorry?
Oakdale.
Oakdale, and then all of a sudden that alley is not used.
No.
Is it fenced? Do people encroach with their fences?
No, not at this point.
Is there significant trees or lands or problems?
No, not that I saw.
So, I don't understand why staff wouldn't have any objection to this. I thought our intent citywide is to try and keep our grid of alleys, because we don't know what the future brings.
That's true.
And plus, this is an extension, maybe go back, I don't know if that's still up or not. Yeah, that one.
And then the alley does not go west.
It doesn't go further to the west,
No.
but clearly you've got that coming across from the other side. So
Well,
I don't really understand it. What's the justification for the petitioner, or are they here?
oh, they're here. They want to fence it and secure it and just make it easier to maintain. And apparently all the owners are in agreement that there's only 3. And it's a short alley. It's 160 feet. I don't know why it would ever be improved. And I don't think it's in a planning area where they necessarily want to, develop off the alley because there's already existing homes. So, and then I do have a little map.
In Soho, we had existing homes, but because we had the alleys, when the new development came in, the existing homes got knocked down. They put in those quad multifamilies, and the alleys
Yeah, that could
became
happen.
very useful and practical.
That could happen.
So like I said, we don't know what the future brings, but once the alleys are gone, they're gone.
Yeah, but planning did not have a problem with that, so they had no objection to the
Are they
vacating.
here to speak to this?
I don't believe so. Typically, when they don't object, they don't show up.
Okay. I'll listen to the justification.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 57? Move forward. Motion to close.
Hey, you see the petitioner?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here.
Yeah.
Come forward. My apologies. I'm off today.
Hello. I'm Bruce McGregor. My wife Maria.
Maria McGregor.
So, I get, and I don't mean to be hostile to this, but I'm pretty consistent on this, so don't take it personally. But what's the justification that you want to vacate it? How did this get started? You have all of your neighbors in agreement on both sides of the alley. Help me out here.
We were going to put in a vinyl fence, and we would like to move it over into the middle and be more security. We've had trouble with people cutting through that alley a little bit, my neighbor more too. It would be more secure if we had a better fence. Give us a little more property we can use, would be our justification in it.
Okay. Have you specifically had dumping in the alley?
No.
So just more of a security and a little more property?
Yes, and all 3 neighbors were all in agreement on that. We benefit all 3 of us.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anything else to say in support of your case, petition?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone here from the public here to speak on item number 57? Motion to close by Councilman Scalco, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Did
Mayor?
you? Yes, sir. Go for it.
I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of alleyway, right-of-way, lying south of Orion Street, north of Virginia Avenue, east of Ridge Avenue, and west of Oak Dave. Is it Oak Dave Avenue? And the map of North Riverside, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, the same being more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
Question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Maniscalco, since you made the motion, I'm a little surprised because you are the keeper of history on this panel.
Yes, sir.
I think that our alleys have that historic value. I think this is bad precedent. I understand everybody would like a little more property. There hasn't been a whole lot of demonstration, TPD or solid waste or dumping or code enforcement or anything else, that this is a problematic alley. Sometimes the alleys are really problematic and we see a lot of dumping, but that hasn't been the testimony. So I guess I'm just wondering how do you feel about the precedent, the bad precedent that, you know, that granting these kind of would start?
Well, it's,
And I don't mean to pick on you.
No, we take it on a case-by-case basis and looking at the map, you know, it's an almost triangular piece of property. It's not, you know, within a full city block or a larger stretch, because I'm looking at your map there. It's unique. I think, you know, they want to better maintain the alley, which of course is less work for anyone in the city and whatnot, and that's it. But considering the shape of the property, considering there's no objection, and there was even a letter of support from another neighbor, that's my basis for approving it. Now, setting a precedent, I would say no. Again, considering the shape of this parcel, it's very different. The next one down, as you see, it's a larger, less triangular shape, but there's a lot more properties involved. This is, I think, unique in itself, so I don't think it does set a precedent.
Okay, Councilman Carlson, then Councilman Goods.
Yeah, I've been very consistent, and I've stated I'm very against closing alleyways. Most of the constituents I've heard about, you know, are against it in general. I didn't, in this case, I didn't hear a compelling reason to do it. So I would, unless there's some overwhelming reason, I'm always going to vote against these.
Councilman Goods.
Hey, stay out and put that map back up.
Let's do it.
Move to reopen.
We have a motion to reopen by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Escapo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Which one did you want? The one with the plat?
One of the flat, that way I can see the distance of the other alley versus what we're talking about.
So this is the alley, and then the alley that is open is over here.
Can we put it on our screens right here? I don't think our monitor's working.
Oh,
Thank you.
Do you see it? So this is the alley here. And the alley does not continue to the west. It does continue to the east.
Is the far north, is that totally closed?
I'm sorry?
Is the far north of the alley, that's totally closed, right? There's nothing, no continuous, nothing, right?
This is just grass here. This is open on this side.
All right.
So that alley goes down that block.
Put the frame, the photo back up for me one more time.
I'm sorry?
Put the photo back up for me one more time, please.
You want the picture of the alley on
that
the other
alley.
side?
So that's looking.
That's looking east.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, is there any easements here?
Yes.
What are the easements?
Sewer and then the outside utilities, Tico, Frontier, Spectrum.
It's not used by solid waste anymore?
No, no trash pickup.
Thank you.
Anyone else before we close? Okay, we have a motion to close.
Second.
All right.
No, I'm okay on closing. Well, I'm not sure. I was gonna propose an alternative, motion, depending on how the maker feels about it. I would love to hear the planning staff, if planners are reviewing this and they don't have an objection to it, I'd love to have them here to talk about it a little bit and to talk about perhaps the bigger picture. Because I was always under the notion that the city cares about its alleys, it's city property, it's public property, and that we cautiously vacate it. So I'm just wondering if we couldn't, perhaps instead of approving it or denying it today, if we couldn't just defer it and continue it for X number of weeks and have planning staff come and speak to it.
I know these people sometimes travel, so let me see what their schedule is in the next month or so.
And let's first see, I mean, if Councilman Maniscalco is amenable to that.
No, go ahead. If I can, counsel, the concern that I have is your criteria is pretty clear, and if you want.
I could ask them if they object.
You could ask legal about the criteria, and we can go back to the memo of what constitutes the competent substantial evidence or the evidence you have to base your decision on. continuing this for a policy discussion from the planning staff, I don't believe would be an appropriate place to do this. If you do not, if staff if council, based on the staff report and based on the testimony that you've heard, does not feel that the criteria has been met, then you act accordingly. If you feel the criteria has been met, then you act accordingly. From a policy perspective, if you wish to schedule something about that outside the hearing, because this is relative to this particular parcel and this particular property right, if it's granted.
Well, your point's well taken, and perhaps I framed it in too large a manner, but specifically, we rely on staff reports to make our decision. I think that's appropriate. One of the staff reports that I'm looking on their list, is the zoning staff, and then the urban design staff, and historic preservation staff, et cetera. So, I think it's appropriate for us to be able to say, can you come and talk to us about your decision as related to this particular item? Okay, so I appreciate the clarification, and I'll clarify that that's the intent of my motion, is to ask them to come and talk to us and elaborate and answer my questions about why they came to that decision of no objection.
And before we hear from anyone, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I agree with you, but one alternative would be that we go ahead and vote on this one, and then maybe at the end, you could make a motion to have staff report on policies and strategies for alleyways.
On the bigger picture, yes, and I'll defer that because Mr. Shelby indicates that big picture discussion is probably not appropriate for the
And I'll second that if you do it later.
For the small one, yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. I just want to remind City Council that when you're sitting in these quasi-judicial hearings, it's the applicant's burden to prove that they met it. And City Council may find that they'd like additional information, but that's not really the question before you. The question is, did the applicant meet their burden? And if they didn't meet their burden, you may suggest that they want to continue to have an opportunity to get additional information, but it's not appropriate for City Council to ask for additional information if the applicant wants to move forward. Because the question is, did they meet their burden or not?
Yeah, and I kind of, as a sidebar, mentioned to Mr. Shelby that we, just to be procedurally correct, Ms. Kurt, that we would ask the petitioners if they had any objection to the continuance. And I think that's where you're coming from. So, I think they probably need to come forward and state on the record whether or not they have any objection.
I think he wants it to be voted on.
So my question, to be clear, sir, is there's a little bit of concerns that have been raised by different council members, including myself, asking perhaps that we could get staff here to talk about this particular petition and see why they objected or didn't object. In your case, they didn't object. I'd like a little more information from staff. That would require a continuance of a couple of weeks as opposed to voting up or down today. So my request is do you have any objections if we continue this item for a few weeks?
Do they want it voted on today?
That's the question.
Well, my question is, do they have any objection if we continue it? It's the same question, it's just stated differently.
I just wanted to answer it.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
Can we just have a good
Do you guys, how about this?
We can go to the
Do y'all
next
want to
item.
go ahead and go to the next item, you guys? So your choice is, you may either have a continuance to seek the additional information that Councilman Dingfelder wishes, or you may proceed to the vote today. I'd give y'all a little bit of time to think about it. So how about we go to 58, and that shouldn't, let's try to speed through that one if at all possible, and then we'll come back to you, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Okay, we moved to 58.
John Marsh, Urban Planner 2, Sidewalk Cafes, Planning and Development. I have this additional report to be added into the record. The report is the Acela summary of the previous review of this application. Staff recommends approval of case SWC-20-7 at 310 North Rome to place tables and chairs in the city right-of-way for a sidewalk cafe. Sidewalk cafe will actually be on the Fig Street side. Rome is the legal address. Applicant is rebuilding the Fig Street curb and sidewalk right-of-way as part of this project. Staff and applicant's agent is available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Still, good morning, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of Willis. Given the hour and out of respect for my fellow travelers on the agenda, I'm going to keep this pretty brief. You all do not get a ton of sidewalk cafe hearings. The reason for that is because in the Central Business District, in the Channel District, and in Ybor City, those are handled administratively. But as there's more infill development in areas outside of those boundaries, that's a city council matter which requires a public hearing, and that's exactly what we're here for. The prior council granted the special use approval to serve alcohol at this restaurant, and since there's been a bit of turnover since, I want to give you a little bit of orientation about where we are, what we're talking about. The area is 310 North Rome. That's the building right there. There's the Walmart on Kennedy. It's a couple blocks up from that in North Hyde Park. That's what the building currently looks like now on the Rome side. The building was actually built in 1906. This is a really interesting adaptive reuse project. The site plan here shows where the sidewalk cafe is going to be. It's going to be on the north side, which is Fig. Right now, next I'll show the existing conditions. It's pretty impassable by pedestrian traffic now, so while we are asking for a permit to have a sidewalk cafe, after giving effect to that cafe area, there's still going to be a 6-foot sidewalk, which is going to be a significant improvement for this neighborhood, which has had a lot of multifamily development recently, but not as much street level activation. Here's the existing condition of the site on Fig. Those Tico lines are going to be buried. As you can see, it's got a bit of a slope to it, not a particularly pedestrian-friendly environment. You can see a little bit on the right, across the street on the north side of Fig, a pretty substantial multifamily development where a lot of folks are there, and they're hungry, which is why it's good that a restaurant is going to be going in there. Next, I'm going to show you a rendering of what the sidewalk cafe is going to look like, though I'm warning an aspect of this is not totally accurate. John Marsh has been a pleasure to work with in this. It would kill me if I showed these giant planters. Code's a little bit unclear on this. Our site plan does not have these massive planters. This is an example of the architect doing a wonderful job and the lawyer, unfortunately, having to ratchet things back a bit. But that gives you a sense of what the building's going to look like, how it's going to flow. It's 12 tables, about 24 seats. It's going to be open from 6 to 11. We might change that as the restaurant becomes more successful, which it will be, in which case we'll come back to the extent we need to modify those hours. And that is all I have. I'd like to introduce briefly, and they're available to speak or answer any questions, Nate Siegel and Maren Jenkins, who are the co-founders of this restaurant. They're both products of Tampa who moved away to New York City, worked in the hospitality industry, and we're fortunate to have them back here. So I'm happy to answer any questions that folks have, but out of respect for your time and the fellow agenda travelers, I'm not going to ask them to speak right now.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Councilman Citro, then Councilman Dingfelder. Anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. Hudson, brilliant plan. I like this plan a lot. I like that they're 6 foot for sidewalks.
That's right.
I just have a couple other questions. Is there going to be on-street parking that you know of?
Let's see. There are not on-street parking spaces right next to the sidewalk cafe, but on the other side of Fig, there's existing on-street parking.
Second, is there going to be proposed bike racks for people that don't want to drive their car?
Yes, there are bike racks on site, and this is the philosophy of the proprietors who are sitting behind me, that not driving is going to be encouraged.
Fantastic, and we all know that, the city has not granted yet. However, scooters may be a part of our future. Is there a proposed place for scooters to be parked instead of just being on the sidewalk to prevent ADA?
There are scooter corrals nearby. I don't believe they're planning on hosting one on site, but due to the proliferation of multifamily residential in the area, there's adequate scooter supply, and it appears demand too.
You're saying you don't know, but I see the petitioner's head bobbing up and down.
Yeah,
saying
is there a corral on the building property?
Next to the bike rack.
Okay, next to the bike rack, there will be scooters.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
As Charlie Miranda reminded us not too long ago, in the city of Tampa, everybody knows everybody. So just a matter of quick disclosure, I've known Mr. Siegel since he was a little guy when he could only ride a scooter. He grew up with my son. But anyway, no concerns, no recusals necessary. No, I'm totally in support of this. I assume that where the planters were shown, that's where the sidewalk will be.
That's right. I think that actually the planter area that I showed is still probably within the footprint of what will be the sidewalk cafe. We'll work with John to make sure we're good on the code with that. It's a little unclear how big the planters can be. The intent, though, is removability. We want to make sure the tables, chairs, planters, if there's a hurricane, we can move that. Those are pretty good size.
The only other question I had, under the code, if you're serving liquor, which I assume folks will drink out there as well, doesn't it have to be fenced off a little bit with a metal fence or something? Isn't that part of the?
The code allows for installing essentially.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk, John? Yeah.
Input on that?
I'll defer to John on that.
From how it's been described to me, you get your sidewalk cafe permit if you have an existing alcohol. Your permit now extends from that boundary to the curb. The city has taken the position we do not use corrals like other cities. So.
Okay. So we have.
And we have to be careful about marking out those areas. Part of the reason was it was felt in some areas like 7th Avenue, we're creating a pedestrian impediment that creates more problems. So that has been our approach up to now.
All right, fair enough, as long as we're consistent and
Yes.
within the law. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Anything else, Mr. Hudson?
No, thanks, Council.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 58? If so, please come forward.
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And is there anything, Mr. Shelby, we need to read on this? Or?
No, what would be the appropriate motion to approve the sidewalk, just a simple motion, straightforward motion to
Approve
approve?
the application.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, now that 58 is done, we go back to 57 for the applicant's formal position.
They would like to go forward with the vote today.
Okay.
But you
Okay,
can
so,
speak.
and do you all want to say that formally, that you would like to go forward?
Yes, we want to go forward.
Yeah, we'd like to do a vote today.
Okay.
Move to close.
Second.
We have, and before we close, anything else? Okay, motion to close by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And were you going to say something, Mr. Shelby?
Yes, just, I believe the ordinance has already been read, but there seems to be a typo on the.
I'll read it again.
No, you don't
Yeah.
have to, you don't have to read the whole thing, just unless you feel the need, but you've read it. But it's Oakdale Avenue, just for the public's.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, and I believe, was it a second by Councilman Citro? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried with Carlson and Dingfelder voting no and Miranda being absent.
Thank you.
Second reading
it,
and
we're done.
adoption will be held on February 20th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m.
So pass 4-2.
Thank you.
It's coming back in 2 weeks, but you'll.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, item 59, I guess we have a motion to remove that.
So moved.
Motion to remove by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Next, move to item 60.
Thank you. Rebecca Kurt, Assistant City Attorney. Item 60 and actually item 61 have the same petitioner, and it's the same general request except for the location. So if you wanted to hear them together, you could, as long as you understand at the end of the day, you'll be applying the criteria to 2 different locations. And so you could result in one being approved, one being denied, both being approved, but they are separate locations. These are...
Let me just tell them that that's acceptable to the petitioner.
Thank you. And
We'll
I'm
move to
okay
open
with that.
both. No, they're both open.
Everybody good with that on council? Any comments on concurrency? Yes, sir.
So the first one, 707 North Franklin, I believe, is this the one next to the Tampa Theater?
Yes, sir.
I'm on the Tampa Theater board, and there were concerns from some board members, just vocal concerns, that they were not in support of this, and being that I'm on the board, even though I don't have a financial stake, and I have to be fair and impartial, I'd rather not vote for it because I'm on the board, so if I could.
When you say not vote for it, you mean to abstain and not participate?
Exactly, abstain and not participate in the vote, considering my position on the board.
So it's your intent to not participate and to abstain, and you'll have the paperwork filed for that, because you're, rephrase that. I will have the paperwork prepared for you at the next regular meeting.
Okay.
We're gonna get Citro back in now.
So is the justification that he's conflicted between his two roles?
From what I hear from what he said, his service on the board puts him in a position where the fact that he believes it would create a conflict in that he doesn't want to create an appearance of impropriety because he may or may not be fair and impartial due to his service on the board. Am I putting words in your mouth?
With adjacent property owner, I guess, because he's on the board of an adjacent property owner?
Yeah,
Yes.
literally, right.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
And Petitioner, you okay with going forward with 5 people on council, I assume? Sorry.
Yeah, but he's.
And before that, were you going to speak on Councilman Maniscalco, or?
I just wanted to clarify for the record that you are allowed to abstain if you feel that there could be a potential due process violation or an appearance of bias, which is not in conflict with your statutory obligation to vote. And it's not necessarily a statutory conflict, but under the ethics rules, you are allowed to abstain from voting.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Michelini, you're fine with going forward with 5 individuals on council?
No, that's fine. One of the things I was going to point out was each of these petitions will be voted on separately.
Yes.
So the other petition, we'll be presenting the information that applies to both properties. So then the councilman wouldn't have the benefit of that discussion for the other petition.
Do you want to take them separately?
Can he
want to take them separately?
watch? Or
Well, we can just take them separately.
Council, at this point, I just recommend we do them separately.
let's do it separately.
All right, so, on item 60, which is a petition for review for a special use permit, it is, as you will recall, when you hear a petition for review, these are de novo hearings and you are allowed to receive new evidence. When there's a special use permit, there's criteria that runs with the special use request. If those criteria are not met at the staff level, staff cannot approve it, so it has to come to you for waivers. Staff has provided you with a staff report, and the waivers are listed in red, so you can easily determine what waivers they are requesting. And then you are obligated to determine whether or not, if the waivers are granted, the general standards, which are on your staff report on page 4, are still met. I'm going to be handing out sample motions for you to consider. This one is somewhat unusual in that it is a request for an annual vendor, and one of the requests for waivers is that they don't come back annually. However, we have reviewed it, and because that requirement is in fact in the list of special criteria for the special use, it is appropriate for you all to consider that. And in fact, you have a previous city council has approved waivers to that criteria. So I'm going to hand out the special motion, I'm going to hand out the sample motions, and I'm available if there are any questions.
Any questions?
Good afternoon, Council. Eric Cotton, Planning and Development Department. This is a petition for you for VEN 19-72 for a property at 707 North Franklin Street. The property owner is a Cardi Downtown Partnership. In the staff report itself, no, this is not the staff report, okay. The applicant, this is just, as was already indicated, this is the property on Franklin Street. This is the location. This is the parking lot that's under consideration. The applicant is asking for a couple of waivers from the requirements of the annual vendor regulations. The first, to have access to a street that is not allowed for an annual vendor. In the code, there are specific streets that are listed. Franklin is not one of those streets that is listed. They're asking to increase the size of the vendors from 600 square feet to 1,200 square feet. The hours are allowed by code are from dawn to dusk. This is going to be from dawn to midnight. To increase the number of vendors from one vendor per site for the lot up to 4 vendors. And to allow, the code says the vendor location can be 10 by 20. They're asking for 300 square feet per vendor site. They're asking to increase the size of the vendor location, and they're asking not to have an annual renewal. So each year, as they switch out, if they were to switch out a vendor this year, Cotton's Confections is there, and it closes. The property owner wants to have somebody else come in to open another site without having to go through this process. They did submit a site plan. This is the site plan that was submitted. They're proposing 2 vendors on Franklin and the 2 vendors on, on Zack Street. So this is Zack, this is Franklin. Does council have any questions regarding the vendor code I can assist with?
Any questions from council? Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Councilman Dingfelder.
To either to you, Eric, or to legal staff. So right now, we ask to come back annually. That's what the code says, I think I'm reading.
Correct.
And they want unlimited forever.
That would be correct. They don't want to have to come back on a basis. As one vendor moves out and a new vendor were to move in, they don't want to have to come back before council and ask for a new annual vendor permit. It would be handled at staff level.
So even if it's the same footprint, you're saying that staff would review it?
It still comes back to staff. The way it has worked in the past, 717 Parking or the Accardi property owners will send us, say, this is a new vendor at this location. We upload that under the original record in the address into a CELA. So it reflects the new vendor that's there.
Same footprint, same
location, depending upon where it was approved at previously.
Okay, just different name.
Correct.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. McLean.
Good morning, council. Basically, this is a request to amend the process that we have to go through. And that process is that every time that we change a vendor, we have to resubmit an application. We're proposing to use the same locations repeatedly, whether the vendors change or not. And as you probably are aware, vendors like this tend to be kind of transient. If a certain concept doesn't work, they leave. We would constantly be in an appeal process coming back to City Council because the staff can't waive these provisions administratively. So we have to come to council, would be in an appeal just like this one is, and request that we be back to approve a different vendor in the same locations. The proposal is to have 4 vendors, each of them 300 square feet, and that's where they got the total of 1,200 square feet for these sites. We have 2 different addresses. We have different folio numbers for these properties, but it's all contiguous. So we had two vendors up here on Franklin Street and 2 vendors down here on Zack. Not all of them are active all the time, and as I said, it's a very transient type of activity. So we're respectfully requesting that the council approve the waivers for the hours for the 4 locations, and so that we can all handle this administratively instead of continually coming back under appeal to the City Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this. We've had the same request earlier for a couple other properties downtown. But as they move toward redevelopment, then the vendors would disappear.
Any questions for Mr. McLean? Yes, sir.
Somebody up here, I guess Mr. Maniscalco alluded to the fact that that the theater board might not be thrilled with this. Have you all spoken with them? And if so, what objections, and are they here?
I'm not aware if they're here, and we haven't received any calls or objections from anyone.
But we haven't spoken to them?
I didn't know there was an issue until this morning.
Okay.
But we sent out the notice, and we sent out over 400 and some odd notices because of the downtown location. And we actually noticed twice.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure if they're owners or we the city are owners. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
I'm sure they're aware of it if they had a big objection.
Well,
I guess
we also
they'd be-
have signs posted on Franklin Street and on Zack Street and also.
So just to
on-
clarify, basically we're talking about the possibility of like food trucks?
Yes, sir.
Is that, I mean, because on the application, it says products to be sold have not been provided. That was in red, the response from staff. So what are we doing there?
That's a food truck.
These are 4 food trucks.
Yes, sir. And they don't all operate, like I said, at the same time. They may not even lease. We've had a couple of these other ones where we have approval to put in for food trucks, but they haven't leased out the spots.
Okay.
And the size is really to get people off of the sidewalk so that when people are walking up to the food truck, they don't block the pedestrian pathway, and so that we can put in the proper solid waste containers for collecting trash and debris.
Yeah, which was my next question, but, so let's say for argument's sake, you get a great food truck that's doing tremendously successful. Can they sit there 365 days a year under this permit?
Would they be allowed to? Yes.
Okay. And
As long as they meet well, there are other criteria they have to meet. They have to meet the health department criteria for maintaining, their vehicles and all of the safety provisions in there for food delivery services. They also have to meet the city requirements for trash and debris and maintaining the containers so that they're emptied properly and picked up. So they have to pay for all of those other services. They also have to have access to sanitary facility, water, for example.
So how do you get garbage containers if you're not really there? You know what I mean? I mean, typically garbage doesn't come out for an empty lot.
No, but we have addresses, and so they have to apply for a service and pay for the solid waste fees.
And has that been the case so far?
Yes, sir. They either do that or they take it off of the premises and take it to a collection center that they pay for as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLean.
Anyone else? Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Michelini? Nothing?
No, sir, I'll be happy to answer any other questions you might have, but it's, as I said, as they transition out, then they are replaced. Sometimes they remain vacant because they don't lease out. But they also are involved in promotions for the city of Tampa for various fundraisers for charities and other things like that.
Thank you very much.
One other
yes,
question.
Sir.
There seems to be a contradiction. So it says the proposed site plan shows 300 square feet each for a total of 1,200 square feet. Then further down under number 11.1 or .I, it says the request is for no size limitation.
No, the size limitation is there. It's 300 square feet. That's a waiver of the city requirement.
Okay. So in other words, your vehicle or temporary structure could be up to 300 square feet?
Yes, sir. It'll be within the envelope that's described and shown on the site plan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Anyone here to comment on item number 60? If so, please come forward. Motion to close by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council?
And this is just for 60.
Yes, sir.
And you have the sample motions in front of you.
Anyone want to take that up? Council.
Just read this.
Bottom, the bottom one, if you're inclined.
Yeah, do I have the right? To grant the SU1?
Yes, the title is Petition for Review of Zoning Administrative Decision Denying a Special Use 1 Request.
So if I said I would, I move to reverse the zoning administrator's denial of special use permit application E2.
Yes, it's in
E20.
VEN 19-72,
Okay,
is that correct?
yeah,
707
VEN
North
19
Franklin Street?
VEN 19-72, 707 North Franklin Street. Because petitioner has demonstrated that the petition, if the waiver is granted, is consistent with the applicable general standards set forth in section 29-129 at time of permitting, the site plan must meet all applicable codes and technical standards. See section 2961B and 127B2.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried with, Maniscalco abstaining and Miranda being absent.
Thank you, Madam. Okay, 61.
Eric Cotton Land Development, Eric Cotton Planning and Development. This is a petition for review for VEN 1971 for a property at 801 North Ashley Drive. Just for correction on the staff report on page 2, I repeated it says North Franklin Street, it should say North Ashley. The application is similar to the one that was just heard. This is a square block at along Ashley, Polk, Tampa, and Cass Street. In this case, they're on the site plan. They're asking for a vendor at each of the 4 corners. You can see. Again, the applicant's asking for a waiver to access the street that's not allowed under the vendor ordinance. To increase the total number of square footage from 600 to 1,200 square feet. The hours from instead of being from dawn to dusk to being from dawn to midnight. To increase the number of vendors from 1 vendor per the zoning lot to the 4 vendors. Increase the size from 10 by 20 to, there was unlimited size, but per their site plan to 300 square feet, and no need for the annual renewal. So they would not come before they would not come before the council each year to ask for the waivers so set forth. Council, any questions for me?
Any questions? Councilman?
I guess this would apply to either one or perhaps anybody who's doing this, but we have this, I mentioned earlier that theoretically now this one asks for 4 corners, potentially 365 days a year.
Correct.
They don't have to provide restroom facility, correct?
Correct, it's not a requirement.
I guess, I mean, this food truck thing is cool and neat, you know, on the one hand, but I feel sorry for the existing businesses in the downtown area who are paying significant rent, and have to provide restroom facilities, and I don't know what else, you know, health code requires and that sort of thing. And I don't know, Mr. Carter, you're here. You can speak to this if you wish. I just, you know, and I'm sure you're a landlord of people who have restaurants.
Sure.
So I just wonder
I own 8 buildings on Franklin Street where I have tenants, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So you got it on both sides, but I just wonder how this is fair to the you know, the hardscape restaurants that are there and
Sure.
And that sort of thing.
Please state your name for the record.
Sure, Jason Accardi. It's a
big
good question.
question.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. I think, you know, we own real estate and operate parking throughout the country in very large cities. And not only from a marketing and advertising perspective, one thing that Steve talked about a little bit is it's not really just about food vendors. It's really about people that we promote Tampa. So it could be somebody during an event that would want to go there, et cetera. So we're really trying to streamline the process here from the application process, from just having the individual and having to come back here is all we're trying to do today. Yeah, I think we're very sensitive to that. You know, I think that we've had other permits in downtown that we've had food vendors, you know, some have made it, some haven't. And I haven't seen, I mean, I'm on Franklin Street all the time, for my tenants and others. I haven't never had anybody come up to me and say, you know, this is something that is hurting my business, I guess. So I've never heard that, I guess. Actually, I think last council was promoting for me to take one of the lots we had downtown and make the whole thing a vendor market, you know, just so you know, in the last hearing that we had on this. Yeah. So, you know, our goal is to be sensitive to that and make sure they're properly licensed and they get the proper permits through the city of Tampa and all the other things that Steve mentioned as well.
Yeah, you know, I'm a regular over there at that pizza place, what is it, the New York Pizza? On the corner there. Yeah. Late night, midnight, my wife and I will swing by there and grab a slice or two. Yeah. You know, but you're right across the street from them. You know, and I guess if there was a little pizza food truck right across the street, you know, and I owned the New York Pizza there, I might feel a little disturbed by that. But I haven't heard complaints, but this is how my mind.
And we don't have anybody today that's gonna move in any of these spots. We're just trying to permit it, so if we do have somebody, it streamlines the process. So,
Okay, thank you, Jason.
yeah, thank you, John.
Jason, could I just ask you another quick question? I know we will get asked this question, so I figure I'll ask you it now. Will approving this in any way delay your interest in developing the property?
Not at all. Our goal is to develop a lot. So, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. McElhaney?
I'd like me to go through the rest of the presentation. The waivers basically, as Jason mentioned, and I said a minute ago, is to really to streamline the process and so that we don't have to continue to come to council on an appeal basis. Again, we have 4 designated locations, each 300 square feet with a total of 1,200 square feet. And we're asking for the waivers so that we can market these sites, and the turnover regarding food trucks is very high. And if a concept doesn't work, it's not going to be there very long. In addition to that, you have the fact that you're not likely to be open late at night if there's no traffic. So these locations really cater to the downtown business employees, and they want a quick bite, they jump over there, grab what they want, and go. Each of the sites will have their own garbage and solid waste collection, and they will be properly maintained in accordance with the health department as well as the City of Tampa code. And it'll shift the responsibility from the council as an appeal body back to the city staff as an administrative process.
Any questions for Mr. McElhaney?
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. McElhaney, we are understanding that these will be some sort of mobile food shops.
Yes, sir. Properly permitted through the state.
They will not change. Excuse me, the use will not change.
No, sir.
So if for some reason a food truck moves out, you won't have a little vaping
No,
store, so it's
no,
just
sir.
strictly food truck.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, let me check, everything okay with the council? Clerks, staff, everybody okay with 15? Y'all okay? Sure? Okay. Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Nothing further, sir?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Happy
Is anyone
birthday.
here from the public here to speak on item number 61? If so, please come forward.
Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Escaco, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council? Yes, sir, go ahead.
All right, I make a motion to grant this permit upon number 2019-8, chapter 27, because the petitioner has demonstrated that the petition, if granted, is consistent with the applicable general standards set forth herein in 27-129. At time of permitting, the site plan must meet all applicable code and technical standards, section 27-61B and 27-127B2.
So if I can ask for clarification, is this a move to reverse the zoning administrator's denial of the special use permit?
Yes, therefore granting the permit.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, sir.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Escaco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Motion carries with Miranda being absent.
Okay.
Thank you very much, council.
Thank you, thank you. Next, we have item number 62, which other than Mr. Shelby's report will be our last one.
Thank you, Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. Item number 62 is a petition for review of a zoning administrator decision regarding the height of a fence. It was a request for a design exception for the height of a fence. The zoning administrator found that it did not meet the general criteria which are contained in your staff report. However, this is a de novo review, so the petitioner has the opportunity to present you with new evidence to justify this. And I will pass out sample motions for you and also turn it over to staff.
Good afternoon, Council. Eric Cotton, Planning and Development. This is a petition for review for DE 119-259 for a property at 6908 North 19th Street. The applicant is David Gray. The applicant is asking to increase the height of a fence in the front yard from 3 feet to 6 feet. Per section 27-290.1, fence and wall regulations. The maximum height in the front yard for a fence, for a solid fence, is allowed to be 3 feet. They're asking to go to 6. Staff denied the request, as insufficient evidence was presented to staff at the time to support the request. This is in Seminole Heights. So this is the property in question. This is actually 19th, but you really can't see the street because of the tree coverage. I do have photos of the property itself. That shows the fence. This is from 19th, looking at the fence itself. So it's a wooden fence, cross slats, solid along the length of the property. You can see another view of the fence. And then this is the property across the street. The two properties across the street. They're same style home. With they have I believe they're 4-foot chain link fences. And this is the property to the north. To the south of them is an open area of trees. It might be a drainage ditch. I'm not sure honestly who that belongs to. But this is the property to the north of them. Let me show you the site plan. So this is the site plan of the property. As you can see, this is north is up. This cross streets are here and up to the north. This is the fence runs across the entire length of the property. They're not the corner lot. There's another property here that sits at the corner that's currently not developed. Council, have any questions I can try to answer for you?
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Show me the front end of the petitioner's house. We have a photo of
Yes,
that.
sir. You can't really see the house. There's the tree. That's where this is the fence that they're asking to keep. They've installed the fence. The fence is already up. I believe they were signed
That's
by
my
code
question
enforcement.
was the fence already up?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank
thank you very much. Petitioner?
Hello, thank you. I'm David Gray. I reside at 6908 North 19th Street. That's a house my parents built in 1996. They lived there until they passed away. And when they built it, they had a 6-foot fence up, which, after all these years had fallen into disrepair. So I replaced it with the fence, which you saw from Mr. Cotton there. I didn't know you had this fancy technology. I would have brought more pictures. Hundreds. But anyway, like I say, I live at 6908. I replaced the fence. And the unique thing about this house, it's actually the side of the house is on 19th Street. The front of the house faces Sly Avenue. And this is in Seminole Heights. Well, this is not the fancy part of Seminole Heights. This is not the, we'll just leave it at that. It's not the fancy. It's the funky part of Seminole Heights. So. And this is kind of a unique property. There's a spring on it, freshwater spring with creek that meanders down several blocks away to the Hillsborough River. And so one of my goals in having a large fence is to keep people, kids, trash, litter out of that creek. And compounding that, there happens to be a school bus stop right in front of the spring. So every morning, there's school kids gathered around, and as you can imagine, there's lots of litter and commotion and everything. And so I think the higher fence does serve as protection for the creek and for the kids, so no one falls in the creek and is hurt. So basically, and I don't know how legal or what this is, but I sent out all those letters to my neighbors, and I didn't know I had so many neighbors, but I had to send out, like 40 letters. I got a letter back regarding the petition, and it says, "Hi, David. I live at 6914, a few houses down. We've met once or twice. I saw that letter in the mailbox and thought I'd share my opinion. I love your fence. As soon as you put it up, I thought it changed the entire street for the better. Please let me know if I can help in any way with your petition. Certainly hope no one, including the city, has any problem with it. Let me know. All the best, Derek Warrener." And again, he lives at 69 14th. I asked him if I could share this with you. He said, fine. He couldn't be here. But basically, that's all I've got. I'm just, going for keep my fence as is. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Councilman Dingfelder?
she with you in support?
This is a neighbor, yes. She's for the public portion.
Oh, that's for public comment later on. Ma'am, yeah, I wouldn't,
I think she's
Just
here
sit there.
specifically on this, no?
yes.
I said, just sit there. Well, I'll call you.
All right, well, let me just ask the gentleman a question.
Yes,
and then we'll hear from you. You know, everybody's always, concerned about protecting their property and that sort of thing, but have you had specific, what was there before you put up a 6-foot fence?
A 6-foot fence.
Okay, what, chain link?
It was chain link, and it was overrun with vines and.
Okay, so did you have incidences of people crawling over that fence or anything like that?
There have been, yeah, there were some saggy, droopy areas of the fence, and there have been incidences where kids have been, having parties in the creek when I've been away for several days, and yes, sir, there have been people intruding on the property.
So you feel your situation is unique? Are you the only person that has the creek and that sort of thing?
Well, it's a unique property. This chunk of property, 19th Street and Sly, has been in the family for like 80 years. My grandmother used to own the front part, and that's eventually passed to other hands. And actually, that's, my parents got this back part. That's why I guess their house, when they built the house, faces Sly, because it was one big happy family. And I guess in '96, you could, it wasn't zoning, it wasn't as restrictive. But to answer your question, I heard that there was a development. Somebody bought the front property. They wanted to put in 5 houses, and I think they've gotten shot down. And because of the unique spring and waterway, it seems like they can't really build anything up there. So.
And I take it there was no permit pulled for the fence?
There was not, because I thought, I thought it was grandfathered in since the fence had been there since construction of the house.
Eric Cotton, Planning and Development, permits are not required for fences unless it's a wall that requires footers. So a standard chain link or wood fence would not require a permit.
Didn't there used to be a fence permit?
There was, not since, I've been with the city, so not since, prior to 1999 there were, but not anymore. There are no fence permits required.
Okay. All right. Well, I apologize for asking that question.
Thank you. Councilman Citro.
Councilman Dingfelder, I'll go about it this way. Did you erect a fence yourself, or did you have a contractor do it?
I didn't do it. A fence company did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they raise any concerns about the height of the fence?
I didn't. I have my partner actually did everything, put the fence up, so I wasn't involved in all the specifics, but I kind of gave him carte blanche, so yeah, put up a fence.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Is
Thank
anyone here to publicly comment on item number 62? I know one nice lady is here. Go ahead,
It's my
ma'am.
turn?
Yes, please.
Hope I don't fall.
Hi, ma'am. If you could state your name, please, we appreciate it.
I like the fence. I live across the street from that fence, and I've been there 53 years before it was built, the house. And when the house was built, the city gave the permit to face the house to Sly. I got the back door, and this fence makes it look nice. And everybody that has seen it likes it. My son lives in South Tampa. He wants to have the fence just like that built around his house.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tell them your name and address.
My name is Susie Schwint, 6903 North 19th Street.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anything else? Anything else, ma'am? Anything else you'd like to say?
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Anything else you'd like to say? Anything else?
I still can't hear you.
Oh,
I don't
I'm
have.
sorry.
Do you have any other comments you want to make?
Huh?
I think she's done. Thank you.
Ma'am,
am I
thank you.
done?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else here to comment on item 62? Okay, may I have a motion to close?
Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Good, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Who would like to take this one? Councilman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to overturn the zoning administrator's denial of design exception application. I see file number E 2019-8, chapter 27.
Is also in there.
Oh,
It's the
and
D-
the DE 1-19-259.
Thank you.
Because the petitioner has demonstrated that the petition is consistent with the applicable general standards set forth herein 27-60E5.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Councilman Dingfelder, do you want to say something, sir?
Yeah, normally I think a 6-foot fence, especially a solid wood opaque fence in a front yard on a street like that is not the direction that the city wants to go, and it does concern me a little bit about precedent. However, I'll vote for this and support this for two reasons. Number one, looking at the pictures, it looks like there was a 6-foot fence existing, chain link. So aesthetically, this is probably better than the chain link. And number two, it does seem that there's an unusual situation with the creek and the children and the school bus and that sort of thing. So with those specific criteria identified, I'll support the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro, I believe it was. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carries with Miranda being absent.
Okay, now to our final item, Mr. Shelby, with regards to Sulphur Springs, I believe.
Yes, I'm going to defer to Councilman Goods, please, on this issue. Unless you wish to make the continuance request. But I think the council would probably want to hear it from you.
Well, we've had quite challenges at times getting these community meetings, but what I would like to request that council have in each quarter special meetings that the council can go to in each one of the 4 districts throughout the year. I think that gives the community a sense that we're listening, we're there, and we're there for them. So I'd like to go ahead and put a proposal that we look at our calendar to put 4 special meetings in the community during the quarters for the year.
Councilman Goods, I'm totally in favor of this. However, I was at a meeting, a neighborhood meeting, but we have to make sure that they are publicly noticed by the city and that there is someone there to either take minutes in writing or on film. I'm just concerned about our sunshine laws, but no, I am in total agreement with you.
Well, I think now that we're going in a different direction, this is a different council, and as elected officials, it's our obligation to meet the people. So, we make that, we want to make sure that we've got a road to go down and we can get there. And I believe we can get there, and I believe with ample time, the administration can work with us to get this done as far as having someone there to properly take the minutes and videotape it if possible. If not, if the video can't, I don't think all public meetings have to be videotaped. Mr. Shelby, do it?
No, they don't even have to be tape recorded. What they do need to have done is they do need to have minutes taken.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, I'm not going to say anything truly novel. We need to make sure that it's well marketed. We need to make sure that we're plugged into the 5 or 10 or 15 neighborhood associations that are within that quadrant, whatever they are. And also, I'd like to suggest, because we didn't really have this the last time when we tried to do it in East Tampa, is that we have some kind of specific agenda for that for that particular meeting. So for example, let's say we go to Mr. Carlson's district in South Tampa, and we organize a meeting down there at Kate Jackson or something like that. So maybe what we would do specifically is say, okay, there's 10 neighborhood associations down here in South Tampa that are real active. Each of you get 3 minutes to make a presentation in front of councils, if you so desire, about the issues that are in your neighborhood, your neighborhood or something like that. So that way we've got a little bit more meat to chew on. I just throw that out as an example. In East Tampa, it might be a whole, different agenda, but let's not just walk in and hold hands and that sort of thing and not have something meatier to deal with.
I think, if I may, that this is a great idea, and that it would be incumbent on Councilman Goods and all of us separately, obviously, to work on the specifics of it. We can vote on the structure of it, and then working with Mr. Shelby, et cetera, on what comes first. I think we can.
I think each district council person should take it on themselves to run that district meeting, organize the agenda, market it, and the three at large will come along for the ride, right, John?
That's correct. It is our duty.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, stating the obvious, I mean, our job is to listen to the public and then try to implement what the public wants. And we try to do that here, but not everybody can get to these meetings. And I think this is an essential part of what we do. And the obstacles of the legal requirements and everything, we need to make sure we definitely follow the law and maybe even surpass it. But these are things that are easily solved as long as we say that we want to do this. I think it's very important that we do this.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion to that effect, sir? To go for it. Go for it.
Mr. I make a motion that we have. Mr. I'd like to make a motion that the city council prepare quarterly meetings for each district as it relates to the concerns of our citizens, and that each district person be responsible for setting the agenda for that particular district, for that coordinating the efforts for the community meetings.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I have a question, a follow-up motion, but that's perfectly fine. The way it
Okay.
is.
We have a motion by Councilman Woods, I think second by Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
For clarification, you meant one per quarter, and they would represent each
Yeah,
district.
yeah.
It sounded like you might have said for a year for each district. Just
No,
wanted to clarify.
one for each quarter for the whole year.
Yes, sir. Okay, great. Now, motions, reports.
I'm sorry if I
Councilman-
can count, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I'm sorry. I believe in April, you have a workshop scheduled April 23rd to discuss the issue of Sulphur Springs. A question for Councilman Goods. Councilman, is it your desire to set up the first of these quarterly meetings, to have that in East Tampa, to have that in advance before the April 23rd workshop, because it would include the issue of Sulphur Springs? Do you want to come back in 2 weeks, perhaps if possible, with a date and a location for that? Or do you want to just have the workshop here and we'll work with that issue down the road? What's your pleasure? I just wanted to be clear.
I think we'd already talked about the workshop first. Did we not, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and if I may, I think the plan was to have both, which is to have a workshop central to Sulphur Springs, and then a community meeting, and I would leave that up to the distinguished councilman of that district.
Is that so your intent is to not have, or your intent is to have the workshop on Sulphur Springs before your community meeting in your district?
Yeah, we
Understood. Thank you for that.
Okay, motions, et cetera. Councilman Carlson, anything, sir? Okay, Councilman Citro?
Not today, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Maniscalco?
No, sir.
Councilman Goods?
Yes, sir. We have a few. Black History Month's coming up next month. Mr. Chairman, the below motion requested that I'm going to give today, that the council be requested to prepare a commendation to the City of Tampa Black History Committee, Inc. to be presented at their program on February 18th, 2020.
We have a motion by Councilman Goods, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Go ahead, sir.
Number two, that Celeste Gibbons Peoples, President of the City of Tampa Black History Committee, Inc., be scheduled on February 6, 2020, on the ceremonial items to prepare and provide an overview of the City of Tampa Black History Month program to be held on February 18, 2020.
We have a motion by Councilman Goods, again seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Go ahead, sir.
Third, that the legal department be requested to prepare a resolution granting permission to use a facsimile of the official seal of the City of Tampa on programming materials and digital, print, and broadcast advertisement as it relates to the Black History activities hosted by the City of Tampa Black History Committee, Inc. during the month of February, which are as follows. the 32nd Annual City of Tampa Black History Celebration, and also requesting permission to use a facsimile of the official seal of the City of Tampa for programming material and advertisement related to the City of Tampa Black History Committee Scholarship Award Ceremony scheduled for May of 2020 for presentation to the City Council on February 6, 2020.
We have a motion by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? And anything else?
Yes, sir, Chairman. Fourthly, I would like to make a motion to give 4 pioneering police officers, Rufus Lewis, Frank Gray, James Luce, and Clarence Nathan, a combination for paving the way towards equality in the City of Tampa Police Department. These 4 officers made a lasting impact by breaking down barriers for blacks, women, and other minorities to be respected and equal in the department. I would like to make a presentation and this commendation at a regular City Council on February 2020.
We have a motion by Councilman Good, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed?
And the last 2 will be staff reports as it relates to, I would like to make a motion that the administration give an update on the Zion Hill Cemetery situation along with the adjacent private property updates as well. Please provide any actions the city is taking or any financial obligations, if any, within the summary. Also, any completed time frames, in a completed time frames. I would like this staff report presented on February 20th, 2020. I also have another one as it relates to the Zion Cemetery with the same motion being made with updates, financial monetaries, and so forth.
We have a motion by Councilman Good, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed?
And just to clarify, you want appearance of staff on
Yeah.
those last 2?
Yeah, on the last 2. And it's indicated on the sheets. They're all in motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder, anything, sir?
Thank you. Councilman Goods didn't know we're charging $25 per motion.
I know, man. And I got a meeting right now in the back.
All right. Two items. Earlier, we spoke to the sort of lack of funding within our Parks Department for upgrades and improvements and new buildings and et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like a report back from legal staff and possibly Parks as to the feasibility, if we don't have, assuming we don't have it already, of an possible impact fee, a park impact fee. I Googled it up real quick and I saw that Orange County and Orlando and Lake County and many of the other counties and municipalities around the state have a park impact fee. The one I saw in Orange County and the city of Orlando is somewhere in the neighborhood of $900 to $1,000 per new residence. So if you think about, if you include condos and big buildings that are going up around here, it could have been already $1 million this year, just some of the buildings that we've seen go up. So, with that said, I'd like a report back from staff and legal February 20th.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I think as part of that, we actually would have to commission a study that justifies it. And usually that's what happens for impact fees, because you have to be able to justify it and find a legal basis for it. Secondly, I was sad to hear today that the city will be losing Kathy Coyle as a staff person. Kathy's done a yeoman's job for how many years? 19 years with the city, and many of those in a very significant supervisory capacity. She and Gloria Moreta, really leading that department for many years, and I'm sorry I missed Gloria when she left. But anyway, I'd like us to give Kathy Coyle a commendation on February 6th, which I believe is shortly before her departure.
Second. We have a motion, and Mr. Shelby, how many commendations do we have that day?
February 6th.
February 6th.
Looks like just
You have
three.
the ATU Employee of the Month, Mr. Tokley, Ms. Kurt. I don't know how many more have been added for February 6th.
Councilman Dingfelder, do you mind moving it to the next one, or is that something
This
time
is
specific?
before she leaves.
Okay, so she leaves, when
And
is
she and
leaving?
Rebecca, this would put she and Rebecca at the same.
When is she
thing.
leaving? When's Ms. Coyle leaving?
Pardon? The 7th.
Okay,
Next.
then let's do it.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
That's fine.
That's my motion on the 6th.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, seconded by?
Second.
By Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
That's all, thank you.
Okay, and very briefly, I just have a little bit.
Oh, I have a motion, if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead.
That I'm going to ask council to consider, and this is at the request of the planning.
Are you making a motion?
No, I'm asking council at the request of the Hillsborough County Planning Commission to please amend the motion approved by City Council on January 16th, 2020 at the evening session to read that please set a plan amendment adoption hearing for TA CPA 19-17 and TA CPA 19-20 and a plan amendment transmittal hearing for TA CPA 19-18 A-G and TA CPA 19-21 on the evening of March 26th at 5:01 p.m. And also at the request of the Hillsborough County Planning Commission, please rescind that part of the motion that approved by City Council on January 16th, 2020 at the evening session, that which set a plan amendment adoption public hearing for TA-CPA 1919 on the evening of March 12th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m.
I'll second your motion.
Who would like to first? Cryptic. Okay, we have a motion,
Second.
a very cryptic motion by Councilman Citro, seconded by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, and just very briefly, we were talking about the master plan that's being done for parks, and I talked about briefly doing something of what I call an equivalent of a master plan for public safety. Recently Councilman Goods brought up the issue of East Tampa fire response time, and we've made some good journeys in that regard. We're going to be talking soon about Fire Station 13, which services the North Tampa area. And my whole idea is that we should not be looking at public safety, whether it's for police, fire, EMS, et cetera, here in the city, on a piece-by-piece basis. We ought to have a comprehensive vision available to us all at once on things like response times, fire issues, police issues, et cetera, throughout all of the city so that we can have a comprehensive master plan for public safety needs throughout the city. We need to know what the needs are, where they are, what it costs to fix the needs, and eventually the bridge on how to get there to fix those needs. So therefore, I would like to, at the May 2020 workshop, and Mr. Shelby, when is that? May 2000?
Oh, I don't have the adopted calendar. Do you have that, Madam Clerk, the adopted calendar for me?
I'm sorry.
Let's see, I think Ms. Fox handed it to me, and the workshop date on May is May 28th.
Okay, so I would motion that as part of efforts to create a master plan to address public safety matters in a holistic, comprehensive way, I motion for city staff to present response times for police and fire citywide. Further, that said findings be provided council at the aforementioned May 28th workshop with an eye on a master plan study or a study equivalent, whether done internally or externally. We can leave that to the administration on the public safety needs of the entire city of Tampa, including the needs, costs, and how to get there.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Bureau with a second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anything else, sir?
No, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, if I can, I just noticed from the calendar that Ms. Fox Knowles gave to me, it appears that the Sulphur Springs workshop is set for the April date and the May 28th date. It appears twice, so I guess we're going to have to clarify that.
It's always my understanding it's been in April. I would,
That's what I
it was Councilman Good's motion, so I'd hate to.
No, I don't think we should act on. We don't have to act on it today.
Okay.
I'm just aware of this problem.
Okay, then we'll take it.
I need to resolve it somewhere down the road.
Okay, receive and file.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Citro.
And before we do that, just our condolences to the family of Jerry Frankhauser from Than, who passed away earlier this week or last week. He was very involved with his neighborhood association, with Than, with the city. He would come to many city council meetings, many times with Margaret Veazey. So my condolences, our condolences to his family.
Councilman Citro, then Councilman Dingfelder.
I defer to Councilman Dingfelder. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Guido, for mentioning that. Jerry and I go way back, and sometimes we butted heads, but we were always polite to each other. He volunteered to represent his neighborhood, and then ultimately all neighborhoods. We'll miss Jerry. My thoughts and prayers go out to Ann and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman.
I echo the sentiments of both of our councilmen here. He was a very fine man, and he always he always backed up what he said, and his major concern was the community. So he will be missed. On a lighter note, I wish happy birthday to our chairman, Louis Vieira, who is, what, 38 years young?
42.
Today?
Doesn't look a day
Yeah,
over 40.
42.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Motion to receive and file.
Thank you very much for that. We have a motion to receive and file by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Have a good one. Thank you. You're adjourned. I had a dental.
I apologize, council. Good afternoon. I was mistaken in not getting this out to you sooner. Ron Wigginton, Legal Department.
Are you reconvening, Mr. Chair?
Okay, motion to reconvene, I guess. Well, we reconvene. I hereby reconvene.
Okay, well, do you want to just take the roll very quickly? Just very quickly.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Booth. Maniscalco.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda. Johnson. Here.
Here.
Thank you very much, council. Again, I apologize for the delay. I was just preparing the new ordinance for item number 57, which corrected the typo, which said Oak Dave instead of Oakdale.
Oh, okay.
And I'd like to move that to you.
So you're asking that council move the substitution?
Yes, please.
Will it be necessary to reread the title on the substitute ordinance? I think maybe they read the original
Yes, they did.
ordinance. But
And no
the
public
title
comment
did change
necessary.
with the Scrivener error that's contained in the title.
It would be at council's pleasure whether they want to, review that, reread the title.
It just took as much
My
time.
recollection is when they read it correctly and noted that it had been spelled.
Well,
What's your direction?
it's coming back for second reading anyways.
Yes, it is.
Then that's fine. Then I'll just pass this out and there's a motion to consent.
Who?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, receive and
Receive and
file. Councilman Citro, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. Have a good one. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah.